Well, hello, ladies, gentlemen, and everyone listening in to the VORW International Podcast, the voice of the report of the week, likely going out to you sometime in mid-February 2025. Ideally, I'm shooting for either Friday the 14th of February or Saturday the 15th of February 2025. Hope everyone out there listening in is feeling and doing all right, and I hope you're having a nice month of February so far. So, in today's program, we're going to be taking a look at the topic, the question that is, that I posed in the previous podcast, and that was, if you were able to bear witness to any event in history, if you could be a fly on the wall and see it happen, just that you couldn't change anything, so you had no influence on how things played out, you would just be able to be there to witness it and take it in, what event would it be, and why? And so many incredible responses came in. We're going to take the next few hours to go over as many as possible, and I think all you out there listening are really going to like the variety because there is so much of it in this program, so you're going to see all sorts of responses, and I think it's going to be a lot of fun. It was fun for me to record it, and I hope it makes for an enjoyable listen for you, the listener. Before we get into that, though, a few things I'd like to touch upon. Number one, if you are watching this program on YouTube, please direct your attention to the video right now, and maybe the description down below. There are 3 pieces of fan art that I am featuring in tonight's program, and I would like to give credit where credit is due. The first piece of fan art goes out to Jenna Shows, who can also be found on Instagram at a profile that is very suitable for the art featured. It's called buggington.art. And that was very amusing, me as a bug, but I like it. I like the wing collar thrown in, and I really like the touch with the shortwave radio tuned to 17810 kilohertz, the big 250 kilowatt airing for listeners in Asia and Europe. I like that. That's a really good detail. The second piece of fan art goes out to Carolyn in Quebec City, Canada, who writes, I got inspired by a failed review of a Wendy's sandwich. I based my drawing on a painting by Henri de Toulouse-Lautrec called The Hangover, because I liked the subject's posture. Also, I gave this portrait of mostly your teenage self a similarly disheveled look to emphasize how pissed you were at the time. Yes, that's going back to well over a decade ago, the failed Wendy's review. Thank you for submitting that piece of fan art and taking the time to make that. And the third and final piece of fan art, a collaborative effort between Shiny Doggy, Instagram is shiny.doggy, and Recirculation Art, that's Recirculation Art on Instagram. If you are feeling artistically inclined, it would be my absolute pleasure to share a piece of fan art from you in the next program. Have fun with it. Could be any style. It's just all about exercising your creativity. Have fun with it. And if you would like, you could submit a piece of fan art my way via email as an email attachment VORWINFO@gmail.com, and please let me know how you would like to be credited for the fan art that you submitted, because you took the time and effort to make the piece. The very least I could do is give credit where it is due. I could credit you by name. I could mention a social media profile of yours where more work can be found, a website. I can credit you under a pseudonym, or if you would like to be kept anonymous, you could do just that. If no name or handle or profile or website or anything is submitted by default, you will be kept anonymous. Better safe than sorry, I figure. That's the approach I abide by. But again, send in that fan art, and I'll do my best to feature it in an upcoming program. In the last broadcast, I mentioned that there was now a big opening for any interested sponsors, and I am happy to welcome a few new sponsors aboard, and it looks like there may be more to come after this, so please draw your attention to the folks that are keeping this program going financially. Whether you're simply heading out for a weekend of camping or hiking, or are a hardcore prepper getting ready for the apocalypse, if you want to be able to procure food in an emergency, you need the Rule the Wasteland Deluxe Survival Fishing Kit. Available on Amazon and at rulethewasteland.com, this deluxe kit is unlike any other kit on the market, which are all feeble gimmicks and only a few paltry pieces. The Rule the Wasteland Survival Fishing Kit is designed with everything you actually need to catch fish in a survival situation, including over 250 feet of fishing line, more than 35 various size hooks, multiple bobbers and lures, and even a mini multi-tool. And everything is packed securely in a watertight aluminum tin that fits in the palm of your hand. Put them in your car kit, bug-out bag, or just throw one in your pocket before heading outdoors. Visit rulethewasteland.com and use the code VORW for 10% off both the deluxe and micro versions, or simply search Amazon for Rule the Wasteland Survival Fishing Kit. Again, the website, rulethewasteland.com, that's rulethewasteland.com. Use that code VORW, 10% discount if you use it. Rule the Wasteland Survival Fishing Kit, available at the website or on Amazon.com. For any real estate agents, builders, or business professionals out there, first impressions matter. Whether you're selling a property, showcasing your work, or marketing yourself, high-quality visuals can make all the difference. And that's where multi-focus media comes in. We create stunning real estate photography, cinematic videos, and professional headshots to help you stand out. We specialize in real estate photography, cinematic walkthrough videos, aerial drone shots, and digital enhancements like virtual staging and floor plans. But we don't stop there. We also work with commercial builders and remodelers, capturing progress photos throughout a construction project and delivering final marketing images that showcase a builder or architect's craftsmanship. Beyond real estate, we also offer professional headshots at our studio in Central Connecticut, perfect for realtors, executives, and business owners who need a polished, professional image. Our clients trust us for next-day delivery, eye-catching visuals, and reliability. Whether you need a full suite of real estate marketing assets, progress documentation for a construction project, or a professional headshot that elevates your personal brand, we make the process seamless and stress-free. Unlike big-box media companies, we tailor our services to your needs, giving you the personalized attention and high-quality results that make your listings, projects, and brand stand out. The success stories speak for themselves. One of our real estate clients told us, "I listed a home with Multifocus Media's photos and video, and we had multiple offers within 24 hours. A builder we worked with said, "The progress photos you captured helped us keep our stakeholders updated, and the final images were perfect for our website and marketing materials." That's the power of great visuals. If you're a real estate professional, a commercial builder, or a business owner in Connecticut, let Multifocus Media help you stand out. You can visit their website, www.multifocusmedia.com, see their work, and book your next session. Whether it's a real estate shoot, construction project documentation, or a professional headshot, we make sure you look your best. That again is multifocusmedia.com. Check out the website, see the results for yourself. Multifocus Media, because great visuals don't just capture attention, they create opportunities. If you would like to advertise on this program, help sponsor it, you see I sort of do ad reads, essentially. You could reach out for more information, VORWINFO@gmail.com. Very easygoing, very easy to work with procedure. I'll supply you some information, so if it sounds like it might be something interesting, or that you're interested in, I should say, get the word out. It could promote your business, your service, your music, your social media profile, anything really. And you would like some information as far as a quote is concerned. I normally sort of sell these little slots, 5 episodes a piece, and believe me when I say it, it is at an extremely affordable rate, because I'm not doing these sorts of ad reads to make the big bucks or anything. I'm just doing it to try to supplement a little bit of income, really just to pay some of the shortwave airtime bills, especially for that broadcast I mentioned earlier on 17.810 kilohertz. So it's not like the whole goal behind that is to try to make as much money as possible. It's just to try to get a couple extra bucks to keep things on the radio side operating as smoothly as possible. And I always say, if it sounds like it's something of interest to you, there is no harm whatsoever in asking for just some information. And if it doesn't work out and you get the information for advertising and, maybe it's just outside of your range or other things come up, I won't be offended in the least. So don't even worry about that. Just ask away, and if it works out, it works out. Hopefully it will, but if it doesn't, again, no offense taken, so don't worry about that. And finally, if you would like to support this program, help keep it on air, support the shortwave broadcast as well, you can support it. Patreon.com/The Report of the Week. In exchange for a donation, you can access all my radio broadcasts, unlimited listening, thousands of hours of extra content, or you could send in a donation via PayPal to VORWINFO@gmail.com. The broadcasts that I do go out twice a week, every week, 2 new shows a week. On the international shortwave, there's about 16 additional rebroadcasts. Targets listeners worldwide. It also goes out on AM radio and is streamed online. In the radio show, I talk about the news of the day, current events. I do news analysis, where I break down the stories, cover a lot of international headlines and stories that maybe you don't really hear too much about, at least in the United States, where everything is so politically focused. And I share my thoughts, and I do so freely without any restriction. The news analysis is very well received, and then I balance out the program with some listener music requests. I'll share some facts and information about some of the songs that get played, some trivia, and I'll give some listener shout-outs as well. So it's a fun show. I try to inform and entertain whilst keeping the two distinctly separate. If you have a radio, I recommend that you listen in. You can catch the first broadcast of mine on 4840 kilohertz shortwave, that's 4.840 megahertz, 2 a.m. Eastern every Saturday morning. Gets a great signal out to North America. The second show also goes out on 4840 kilohertz with similarly good coverage at the time of 12 o'clock a.m. Eastern. That's midnight Eastern, Monday morning. Everyone would think of that as Sunday evening. That would be 11 p.m. Central, Sunday evening. Listeners in Europe, the Middle East, and Asia can also tune into the broadcast at the time of 15:30 UTC, that's 10:30 a.m. Eastern, every Monday morning, or Monday afternoon or evening for listeners in the target area, on the frequency of 17.810 kilohertz, that's 17.810 megahertz. And if you'd like a full broadcast schedule in writing, consult the description because you will find it there. If you want to get a shortwave radio to listen to the broadcasts on, you could always email me and send in a request for some information there. I too will be happy to oblige and send that your way. Okay, so, with all that talk aside, because the question that I asked was so well received, I've decided that I'm going to ask another one, and we're just going to repeat the process. So even if you missed the boat for this particular subject at hand, no worries, there's another opportunity, because right now I'm asking another interactive question that you, the listener, can send in a response to. Sometimes in life we make decisions without realizing how much they'll shape our future. If you'd believe it, almost 14 years ago to the day, I made the decision to start a YouTube channel, The Report of the Week, and I did it just as something fun to do on the weekends, just because I liked doing it. I didn't have any intention on anyone even really seeing it. I had no audience at the time, no expectations. It was just a little bit of curiosity and creativity. And now, all these years later, it's become my full-time livelihood. I've been able to get a radio show and a podcast out of it as well, and broadcast worldwide. And as I was sitting here thinking back to the 14 years I've been on YouTube, it got me thinking about decisions, and just how some decisions, big or small, can shape your life in unexpected or significant ways. I know that this is a more personal and unique question, where the response will most likely be unique to you and only you, but I think it could make for some very interesting stories and anecdotes and things to think about and consider. What's a decision you made, big or small, that ended up changing your life in a significant way? Again, I ask, what's a decision you made, big or small, that ended up changing your life in a significant way? It could be a good decision, a bad decision, it could be something heartwarming or heartbreaking. The positive and the negative, big or small. I decided to go with that because, again, I was thinking about the YouTube channel and how when I made it, it was just I really didn't put a ton of thought into it. I didn't make that with any thought whatsoever that it would impact my life so vastly. Probably one of the biggest, if not the biggest decision I ever made in life was just to say, you know what, I actually am going to go ahead with this YouTube thing, and I'm going to make that YouTube channel, which I did the evening of February 20th, 2011, and little did I know at the time how significant and how great an impact it would actually have on me. So that's why I asked this question. It got me thinking. If you'd like to send a submission or an answer, you can do so to VORWINFO@gmail.com. We'll set a deadline for responses 2 weeks from now, Friday the 28th of February, so you have until then to write in. And now, before we get into the responses for the history question that today's program will be focusing on, I do need to give a bit of a disclaimer. When I do these sorts of listener interactive programs, understand this program reaches a wide and diverse audience, who therefore, very understandably, have very diverse viewpoints. You will, and I emphasize, you will hear views espoused that are diametrically opposite to what you personally believe in. For instance, if you are conservative, you will hear views that are very liberal from some listeners. If you are very liberal, you will hear very conservative answers from very conservative listeners. If you're an atheist, you will hear religious viewpoints. If you are religious, you will hear atheistic viewpoints. And so on and so forth. I like to give listeners a platform, and I try to do so in a completely unbiased manner. I do not want this to be some sort of echo chamber, where only this side is allowed and that side is banished, etc., etc. It is detrimental to critical thinking, in my opinion, and I just cannot do that. I cannot manage my show in that way. I refuse. So understand, you're going to hear things that you disagree with, and you might hear some viewpoints from listeners that you may find controversial. I give that caveat essentially just to say, look, you will hear things you disagree with in this program. I'm warning you right now, and if that proves bothersome even as a concept, this is your out. This is your ability to leave right now, and I would encourage you to do so if hearing views that are different from your own would bother you to that extent. Just don't listen. It won't be the end of the world, and there really would be better things to do with your time and with your life than subject yourself to that. You've been warned. And with that, let's break open the email right now, and let's see what you have to say as far as what historical event you'd like to witness. This is VORW International. Craig from Bolton, England writes, first time emailing in, love the reviews and the podcast. I really like the idea of a random question, and I thought I'd like to get in touch. Although this answer may not be unique, I would travel back to 1 hour before the comet struck Earth, leading to the death of the dinosaurs. I find it very interesting for numerous reasons. First, being to wander around that part of the planet during the age of the dinosaurs, seeing what the Earth was actually like back then, if it resembled anything like it does now, or if it would have looked like an alien planet. I'd be interested in the weather, the smell, the wildlife, obviously the dinosaurs too, seeing how they interacted with each other, how they actually looked, and just how impressive they were. Secondly, and why I picked an hour before the impact, I would love to see what it looked like looking up and seeing the object as it descends onto Earth. I imagine it would be quite the spectacle. It is something we hope never to experience, as it would lead to certain death, but what a sight it would be as it gets closer and closer towards us. No worries if you don't read this email, but thanks for taking the time. Well, thank you, Craig, in Bolton, England, for taking the time to write this out. It is much appreciated, and that is an interesting one. Most definitely, I could certainly see why you'd want to go back and see that. Yeah, how different in some ways I'm sure the Earth was, and maybe how surprisingly similar it was in others. And it's actually an interesting point you raise about how it would look to actually see the object coming in, and just how far away would it have to be before you could actually get visual on it, right? Like, would you be able to actually see it an hour away, that far, coming in, getting closer and closer, or would it just be visible almost at the last minute, and that's all that there would be, and it would just be like in the blink of an eye, and then bam, impact? How would that really work? It's very interesting to think about. Andy T. writes in, says, I have 2 events I'd like to see. Number 1, the last concert of Michael Jackson, and 2, the invention of the computer. Be fascinating to know what went on during the making of the computers and what parts were used to operate the machines. Best wishes from Andy T. Andy, thank you for checking in. We've got this listener who writes, this is actually an interesting one, but these sorts of thoughts, I like the personal touch, quite frankly. Says, this might not be the kind of answer you may have expected, but I'll answer honestly. I would go back in time to watch a very specific student film festival for the University of Michigan in fall of 2011. The reason being, in that film festival they showed an animated short that has become lost. It's been lost for years despite my efforts to recover it. It was a short animated PSA by the creator of the infamous pilot Mike and Melissa. I'd be happy to watch it, at the very least, and get that much closure, even if I couldn't archive it or anything. Yeah, I like that response. It's certainly a unique one, but it makes sense, that's, I guess, what they would call lost media, and I certainly get the appeal. Lost media is a fascinating subject, and being able to finally go back, and see it with your own eyes again, I certainly understand why. We hear from Nick in Cambridge, England, who says, I would like to be in the control rooms at JPL when the Voyager missions were first returning images from the Jupiter and Saturn systems, and see the presumably very excited Carl Sagan running around examining every new printout. Such raw enthusiasm is rare these days, and it would be refreshing to see, as well, of course, as Carl Sagan being a personal hero of mine. I hope the change in podcast direction helps you enjoy the recording process more. From Nick in Cambridge, England. Nick, thank you. Happy to say it is much more enjoyable being here at the microphone. And yeah, that raw enthusiasm, it is a rare sight these days. It's unfortunate that it is that rare, but it really is. And, to see that sort of enthusiasm, at least for me, there's almost a certain innocence to it as well, if that makes any sense, that makes it sort of special. Thanks, Nick, once again for checking in there. We hear from Eric in Las Vegas, Nevada. Of all the historical events that I would be incredibly interested in seeing, the one I would choose to witness would be the building of the Great Pyramid. I don't necessarily buy the aliens idea, or any other particular supernatural or conspiratorial origin story, but I find it very hard to accept the basic normie explanation, that using purely the power of humans dragging them, they managed to move dozens of ultra-massive stones, some as much as 80 tons, into precise positions over 120 feet off the ground, especially when you consider how difficult it is for humanity to accomplish that even today, with huge pieces of advanced heavy machinery. But regardless of how it was actually done, it would be incredibly interesting to watch and get an answer once and for all. And if they really did just use some kind of ingenious technique lost to time, I would create a GoFundMe to crowdfund building my own even bigger pyramid in the desert using this newfound knowledge. I would make it a private club like Mar-a-Lago and name it Big Naturals in honor of the ancients' skill in moving these huge objects organically without the aid of technology. Eric in Las Vegas, Nevada checks in. Thanks, Eric. It's a very interesting one, though, and it is fascinating to think back to the Great Pyramids and think, well, how did they manage to actually build them? You think about how supposedly primitive, by today's standards anyway, as far as modern technology or the absence thereof, even the ancient Egyptians were, yet they are able to construct these. And it still is a mystery as to how they're able to do it. Was there more there than meets the eye? That still remains up for debate to this day. Though now, Eric, thanks to your email, if let's say a couple years from now, if this giant pyramid ever shows up in the desert here in the U.S., and it's named Big Naturals, I know what went on. But that's just between you and me and I guess all of the thousands of other people that just heard this, but I trust they'll be able to keep a secret too, and it'll still be a mildly exclusive club at that point in time. Now we hear from a different Eric, who writes, "My name is Eric. I've started following your channel and listening to the broadcasts late last year. First of all, thank you for all the entertaining and thought-provoking content you've been creating. It's a shame I only found your channel this late. For the question that you posed, a historical moment I would really like to see would be to visit the inside of the Chinese government when COVID first hit. As a Chinese citizen myself, I want to know what the government officials were discussing during that time, how they came to the decision to implement the authoritarian lockdown measures, and the true origin of the virus. This is because the COVID era has tremendously impacted the entire world, and the suffering that everyone went through must not be forgotten. Thank you, Review Bra." Well, thank you, Eric, checking in, I would presume from China there. Thanks again for your email. It certainly would be an interesting thing, to be a fly on the wall, especially in the early days of COVID, and, be able to see those closed-door, high-level meetings and understand what's really going on, if it actually was, because, again, you still have those varying theories, whether or not it was from the lab, or if it was all just coincidence and natural. Again, I do lean toward the lab theory myself, but, will we ever actually know the answer? No, and if it ever did come to pass, let's say with a definite, indisputable answer that it actually was natural in origin, and that could be formally proven without a doubt, I would accept it. Again, provided it could actually be proven. But, to be in those high-level meetings and perhaps see what exactly the information available at the time was, and maybe what they knew that we didn't, very, very interesting. It sure would be interesting. And I've told this story before, but I remember the COVID stuff, and some would find this hard to believe, but I was one of the broadcasters talking about that before pretty much anyone else was. And because it just so happened I heard about it almost before anyone else did back then, and still to this day, listen to a lot of shortwave broadcasts, so you hear news from the source, but sometimes you also hear stories that you sort of hear about them a little earlier on the shortwave. Some things are first, within the realm of speculation, and then sometimes that speculation actually becomes news itself. And that's how it was. I remember it was actually very early January 2020, or maybe it was even late December 2019. I remember hearing about, a few cases of this new virus popping up in China. I didn't really think a ton of it at the time, because you always hear about occasionally, a virus that pops up here and there, and then it disappears after a while. You had Ebola that sometimes pops up in Africa. You have MERS, which I think was a thing in the Middle East especially. You've had that. Remember the monkeypox, that whole thing that came about. And, it pops up and there's a few cases here and there, and then it just dies down, and then that's it. But sometimes when you see those sorts of stories, you may get a thought, well, what if, something actually came of it? And that's how I looked at it initially. I was thinking, well, imagine if that actually became something. And then, didn't really think much else of it until, obviously, through January, I was keeping an eye on it, and then it was clear it wasn't going anywhere, and it actually was expanding. But, early in January of 2020, at the same time, you didn't know how bad it was actually going to be, how severe it was going to be, so I did a bit of preparation very early on, when there was that talk that the fatality rate might actually be as high as, 10 to 15%, etc. It would have been extremely, extremely serious, so I was preparing for that just in case, when there was so much uncertainty. But it'd be very, very interesting to see, and I agree as far as all of the suffering, that occurred worldwide in every regard, from every aspect of what happened, some of which continues to this day. Shouldn't be forgotten, but a lot of people have already forgotten it, and there's a lot of people and institutions that want you to forget about it, and pretend like everything that happened was actually just no big deal, and that it was, it's all water under the bridge. And that doesn't mean to necessarily be in your face and hold grudges or any of that, but you shouldn't just wipe it from memory either. There were a lot of things that happened that should never be forgotten, and it's a disservice to humanity to forget it, quite frankly, but it will. I could assure you that. People already have forgotten it. And when it happens again, it's just going to be more suffering and more of the same. This is a cool one. Kev checks in, says, I'd like to see a day in the life of my farthest back traceable ancestors. That'd be fascinating. That would be fascinating. Just, to see how either similar or different things would be. Thanks, Kev. Checking in. Joseph writes, I love ancient history, and while I'm tempted to visit a famous battle, I don't think I would enjoy much seeing one in person, so I would choose to witness Hannibal of Carthage crossing the Alps in 218 BC. his army made the trip with African war elephants and invaded Rome completely by surprise from their northern border. And he adds, if you'd like to learn more, I'm a huge fan of the Hardcore History podcast, and the events are covered in their Punic Nightmares series. Very much worth it. So thanks, Joseph, and thank you for the recommendation. Now, this is purely off of memory, so I might be wrong, because I haven't looked this up, so this is just totally off of memory, but if my memory serves me correct, and you would know this better than I would, but is it true that there were issues as far as Hannibal's journey into Rome, essentially from Africa, was concerned? Like, didn't a lot of his army, or at least the some of the elephants that he brought with him, end up perishing due to the, I guess, the tedious journey? Or am I getting things mixed up there? That's just, again, I haven't looked that up. That's just a loose thought that came to me. But either way, I'm sure it would still be, no matter what, quite the sight to behold. M. Davis states, I would like to witness the Roswell incident, just so I could know what really happened. Extraterrestrials fascinate me, and I just want to know if it was a real encounter, or if the US government was telling the truth. Either that, or the Kecksburg UFO incident that took place in December 1965. An object crashed in Kecksburg, locals took notice, and immediately government officials were trying to keep people from the crash site. M. Davis, thanks for checking in. I would have to wager that for most people, being able to go back to witness the Roswell incident firsthand would really generate one of two reactions, and that's about it. Like, there's no real middle ground here. It would either be extreme shock if it actually did turn out to be an extraterrestrial craft, and it would change everything all of a sudden to actually see such definitive proof of that firsthand, or it would probably be such underwhelming disappointment if it actually did turn out to just be, a balloon or something, and you're sitting there and you're thinking, oh, well, I guess that's that. It would either be one or the other. It would either be just total, nearly indescribable amazement, or it would be just, again, such underwhelming disappointment. Taking a sports theme, Zach writes, if I were able to experience any historical event, it would be Game 3 of the 1932 World Series. This is the game that Babe Ruth supposedly called his shot, pointing his bat at center field, and then hitting a home run. I'm a huge Yankees fan and a lover of the game of baseball. Seeing Ruth in person would be very exciting, and this event sticks out in his storied career. This also took place at Wrigley Field in Chicago, which is still on my baseball bucket list. Thanks for doing this. Thank you, Zach, for checking in. So you'd be killing two birds with one stone there. You'd be able to get to visit Wrigley Field and be able to see, again, such a noteworthy baseball game and see one of the legends there really in his prime. It certainly would be the sight to see. James, hailing from Australia, long-time listener, writes, I'll often put on the podcast when I'm on a long drive for work, thanks for the company over the years. Not a regular for sending in correspondence, but when you asked the question about going back in time to witness a historical moment, I immediately thought about the first successful moon landing. Not being on the moon, mind you, but being in the control room back here on Earth. Many years ago I listened to the excellent podcast, 13 Minutes to the Moon, and it has stuck with me ever since. To be able to witness the organized chaos and everyone in that room working at their absolute peak would be incredible. I think it must have been one of the great uplifting moments of our modern time. Hope you're keeping well. Thanks again for the show. Cheers. From James. Thanks, James. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, to be in the control room, to see what, in my opinion, is one of the greatest achievements of human civilization, in my opinion, would, oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Just to even capture just the atmosphere at that point in time. And again, to be able to see also, the U.S. space program at pretty much its peak as well. That certainly would have been something. And I know people these days will sometimes, decry the space program, be that NASA or even other institutions such as SpaceX or Blue Origin or any of the other space agencies from around the world, and, decry them as frivolous and unnecessary. And it's understandable. There are many problems going on here on Earth, but I really do believe that these sorts of organizations are extremely important. They're crucial, and I think that development and advancement in that regard still needs to have a place, a pretty prominent place in society at that. Because that's the big picture right there, and you can't lose sight of that. It's my opinion, anyway. Could I be biased since I have an interest in, granted not a formal, but, a very strong informal interest in astronomy and cosmology and all of that? Yeah, absolutely. But I think it's important no matter what. Looking into the grand scheme of things, that is. And you interjected, and some people may not appreciate bringing this up, but so if you don't like it, skip ahead for maybe 2 minutes or so. But you interjected as a PS. You said, many episodes ago you told a story about gouging your eye out, and I figure this was told in jest, but that's really stuck with me. It took me a long time to try to figure out whether it was your sense of humor or a horrendous injury. I'm afraid, James, you've actually got it wrong. It was not told in jest. It actually did happen. And I could understand why, because it sounds so extreme, and I know sometimes, I've made jokes in the past, where it's such an unrealistically extreme outcome for a certain situation, but I could actually assure you that really did happen. It was with my right eye. It was now, I guess 11 years ago when it happened. And, it just sort of happened, and eventually, it popped back up. But, having something move in a way that's not supposed to, when you're not expecting it to, when you're just doing a routine thing, such as just sort of massaging your eyes, and then have that happen, it's, that was probably one of the scariest moments of my life. It was much scarier than when I had my my fall. And even though when I fell, from such a height and hit my back and head and all of that, even though the implications of that could have been far more serious, that actually was nothing as far as to fear compared to when that incident happened with my eye. When that happened with my eye, it was total panic, but when I had my fall, I was dismayed, but at the same time there was a sort of acceptance that it was well, this is what happened, and it's just going to be what it is. And honestly, at that moment, I was all right with dying. It was look, if this is my last day on Earth, then that's just how it is. And I thought, if I'm going to be dead in a couple hours, as I was sitting there in the hospital before they checked out my brain, when they couldn't tell me if I was all right or not, I thought, well, if I die in a couple hours, it's going to be what it is. I've no control over that. Whereas the whole eye incident was, it was just panic. It was oh my god, what's going on? Oh my, it was just, I was freaking out. For good reason, of course, but, then it just popped back up and, never happened again. But, no one cared either. That was the best part, that it was just oh, okay. Tried telling people about it, and just no one gave a damn. It was no one even recommended getting anything checked out for it, and I thought that was actually almost weirder than the whole event itself. It was so, is this just something that normally happens then? Is this just a routine thing? 'Cause that's how everyone in my life was treating it. Oh, yeah, okay. Gouged your eye out again, great. So, what else is new? But I don't think that's supposed to be a normal occurrence anyway. Oh well, that's certainly a moment that I would be happy not to revisit. And glad it was a one-off thing. Okay, what else do we have? Stan writes in, the event I would want to witness is the Chernobyl disaster. Always been interested in it. I think the explosion would be so fascinating to see, and I'd love to know what really happened. Thanks, Stan. Yeah, still are some uncertainties, about it, and just to be able to witness it with your own eyes but be immune from the radiation, I could certainly see the appeal in wanting to actually just be a fly on the wall there and know that, you're not going to have to deal with the horrific effects of all of the radiation poisoning and the high exposure, and you could just roam the facility if you want. You could go right, you could look right into the reactor if you wanted to in the core and not have to worry. Certainly, I understand. This is an interesting one. So listener writes, excellent idea for the show. How interesting to see the first man finding out how to process ore into metal. The invention of metal, that is, the first forging thereof. It's a very interesting one. Thanks for writing in. OJ checks in. This would be awesome to see the domestication of cats in modern urban environments and the commodification of their food, toys, accessories, etc. So OJ, I would presume a cat lover, I would imagine. It would be funny then if it actually turns out that you were just really into pit bulls, but just wanted to see cats just for bleeps and giggles, as they say. OJ, thanks for writing. We hear next from MB in Lithuania. I'm always fascinated by the evolution of life, especially the early stages, since we know the least about them. However, I cannot decide on a specific era. They all have such interesting and unique creatures, so I choose a completely different event. October 22nd, 2003. A chilly morning in Indiana. Tony Renna, a young, talented IndyCar driver, is performing a tire test at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. On his fourth lap, he enters turn 3 at a normal speed of 227 miles per hour, and spins out. Under normal circumstances, his car would simply hit the outside wall, and he would probably be fine, apart from some bruises. Unfortunately, for a reason not fully known to this day, his car took off into the air and struck a catch fence post with its underside, splitting in half right around the driver's seat. Large parts of the car landed in the grandstands, which would have caused many spectator deaths had it been the race day. Renna did not survive. The tragedy would soon become wrapped in rumors and speculation. Neither initial reports nor the full investigation revealed the cause. These cars had a known tendency to go airborne, but they would do this due to the contact with another car or debris from a crash, while Renna's car was the only one on the track that day. There was also a very small number of eyewitnesses, since spectators were not allowed to watch this private test session. Rumors say a CCTV camera filmed the entire crash. Some claim to have seen still frames from it, but the officials deny the existence of any tape. Finally, the biggest speculation pertains to Renna's injuries. Official cause of death is blunt force trauma to the chest and head, while rumors range from lost limbs to he turned into a red mist and pieces of him were found in the cul-de-sac outside the track. This is quite possibly the most mysterious motorsport fatality, and that's why I have the albeit morbid wish to go back in time and see the entire thing happen with my own 2 eyes. Another interesting fact is I was born approximately 16 hours before Renna's death, an unusual coincidence that makes me feel tied to this story. Understandable. Let's look up this driver. I'm just curious how old he was when he unfortunately perished. Oh, wow. Yeah, he was only 26. Yeah, just 26 years of age. Born November 23rd, 1976 in Victorville, California. And died, again, 26 years of age, October 22nd, 2003. I think your curiosity regarding the cause of death, it is understandable. That's why they call it a morbid curiosity, but it's understandable nevertheless. And quite frankly, I mean, it could go either way. There are instances where even at such high speed, sometimes the injuries, they don't even look as bad as you would think that they would be, but they still end up being fatal. And other times, again, the outcome, if you think an impact at 227 miles per hour, it ends up looking exactly like what you would think an impact at such high speed would look like, aka essentially being disintegrated. In those sorts of cases, I would assume anyway, as gruesome as it would be, in order to even have such a fate, for that to even happen to you, you would be dead instantly, and despite how the outcome would look, you wouldn't have even felt a thing. For that severe an outcome, it would be probably utterly painless. But it's amazing that they actually weren't able to figure out how it happened, and that there really weren't many witnesses. And then again, sort of tying back to the potential lost media theme that we got to earlier in the broadcast with some of the previous thoughts, understandable as well. Now you also ask a question. You say, what happened to the Energy Crisis series? If I'm not mistaken, it's been 4 years since your last energy drink review. Any plans to revive the series? As a collector of Monster Energy cans and an enjoyer of their drinks, I'd be interested in your thoughts on their newest releases. So thank you. From Emma B. in Lithuania. That's a good question that you ask about Energy Crisis. Now, the series has not been discontinued. More or less, it's just been put on the back burner, because when you do YouTube for a living, and this is just the honest answer, you have to chase after the stuff that'll actually get you views when you're depending on the payment from the YouTube ad revenue in order to keep a roof over your head and keep the lights on and the bills paid and buy groceries and pay for medical bills and all of this sort of stuff, right? When you need that income to survive and be able to live your life, you have to chase after the stuff that's actually going to get you an income. And when you're trying to appease an algorithm wherein the performance of your videos is crucial to determining actually how future videos will perform, then you have to do videos consistently that will likely get good views. And unfortunately, the demand, as I deem it anyway, for most energy drinks just isn't sufficient to warrant reviews of them, because it would probably get far lower views than the food would, and then it would hurt the rest of the channel in the algorithm, and then it would hurt my livelihood. So it's essentially just a risk. At this point, it's more of a risk and a potential liability, and that's why I can't really do them anymore, at least on the main channel. But I have nothing against the energy drinks, as a matter of fact, and, I'd be happy to do Energy Crisis reviews. Again, the problem is that I just don't know if they're popular enough anymore to warrant doing them without causing harm to the channel, but certainly wouldn't mind doing it. And, since it's been 4 years, I'll say the introduction for it, just for you, because it's something that hasn't been heard in a very long time, but when I would get to the camera, I'd always say, "Hello, everyone. This is Energy Crisis, the energy drink report," in that exact cadence. And again, it's just something that you so seldom hear, nowadays. I thought, why not say it, because it's been so long. And again, I wouldn't mind if a day comes where you end up hearing that again on the channel. But that's just the reason. I just thought, it's a good question, and I'm not going to beat around the bush with it, so I'll give just a a straightforward, honest answer, even if it's the answer that maybe people weren't hoping for. But I hope it leaves at least a little bit of optimism. I want to leave the door open for it, and I'd be happy for a day to come to be able to do the reviews again. Certainly happy with it. This listener writes, I prefer to remain anonymous. In regards to the question, what event would I want to witness the most, I believe I would like to witness the signing of the Declaration of Independence. It is a culturally significant moment, not just for America, but for the modern world as a whole. It would be interesting to see how resolute the respecting founding fathers were in standing up to the tyranny they faced, despite the risks. Not to mention, it would be humorous to see any arguments the founding fathers may have had in regards to the wording of the document, or to see how upset the other founding fathers may have been when John Hancock took so much space on the page with his signature. Good luck with the radio show and podcast. Thank you. Anonymous listener checking in. That's a good one. Seeing the founding fathers back then signing the Declaration of Independence. And yeah, if you could see what sorts of debates might have been ongoing at that time, and to see were there any substantial points of disagreement that maybe you don't hear much about, or was everyone, for the most part, on the same page? And yeah, when the time for the signing came, how the reactions were. That is funny to picture. Thanks for writing in. This listener says, not exactly a historical event, but I would like to go back around the world, maybe around 2nd century BCE, and view the 7 ancient wonders of the world, since none have survived except, of course, the Great Pyramids in Egypt. All we have that remains of the rest of the ancient wonders are in various writings and descriptions of scholars and historians from the time, but being able to look up at the Colossus of Rhodes or to wander the Hanging Gardens of Babylon would be incredible. Incredible indeed. Thank you for checking in, being able to see some of the, especially the architecture and the history that's now just lost to time. Phil in Ohio checks in. This might be a morbid answer to your question on the surface, but I would like to witness one of the atomic bombs being detonated to end World War II. The moral ambiguity of whether we were justified dropping the bombs or not is one of the most interesting debates, in my opinion, and I think I'd have a different perspective witnessing it firsthand. No matter which side you're on, you can't deny that the course of history changed on that day. There's no going back, and Pandora's box was opened. If that's too much for some people, I'd love to see a dinosaur. Jurassic Park is in my top 5 favorite movies of all time. Thanks for being you, love the content. Thank you, Phil, in Ohio, checking in. This is similar to what we've already covered, but I'd like to read it nonetheless. Rob from the Rocky Mountains says, might be a common event in history that many speculate, but I'd like to go back view the pyramids of Giza being built. If I had a remote control, I'd like to fast forward through the days, months, and years of progression. To interject to see like a time lapse of it take place. And now you continue, not to mention, quash or confirm any doubt that extraterrestrials had any involvement in the construction of the pyramids. Love the show. Keep doing what you do. Thanks, Rob from the Rocky Mountains. With your thoughts? Pete checks in. Good evening, dear lecturer. Gave quite a bit of thought this afternoon to the question you've presented to us. My initial thought was that I would not want to observe a negative event in history, and I would not want to watch on silently as others suffered, but I also would want to observe something of some significance to the history of our county, you write? I have decided that I would want to be able to observe the first voyage of Henry Hudson to the New World in 1609. This voyage of exploration took him around the current New York metropolitan area and up the river that now bears his name. The Hudson River Valley is an incredible region, and I would love to be able to see it before it was settled by Europeans, must have been truly remarkable. I'd also love to see the reactions of any interactions with Native Americans who had never even seen a European ship before. I don't believe we'd witness anything like this again until man visits another planet, and even then, it wouldn't have the same significance. Appreciated the VORW podcast for at least 8 years now. Thanks for all the hard work from Pete. Pete, thanks for checking in, and you might know this, but I grew up in the Hudson Valley, New York, so it's an area very familiar to me, and of course Henry Hudson and his travels, very familiar likewise, and yeah, that's something that I've thought about too, because I've taken hikes and everything along the Hudson River and have, really enjoyed what nature remains in that area, but to think how it must have looked so long ago before the area was so heavily populated, it might even be, with few exceptions, almost totally unrecognizable. And yeah, to be able to see that area, especially like the New York City area, with no development whatsoever, just totally wild, wouldn't that be surreal? And to see how things are different, like again, even just the wildlife and everything that's there. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, and maybe it was Henry Hudson or maybe it was some other early explorer, but I think they were mentioning how like the Hudson River at that point was just teeming with life. All these massive sturgeons and everything all over the place. And now, it's not to say that the river or anything is dead or anything like that, but it hasn't that unperturbed purity to it, in a sense, And it never will again. Oh, this is an interesting point brought up by David, who writes, I'd like to view the birth of aviation, Kitty Hawk. If I go too far back, I'll no longer understand what is being said. Many don't appreciate that aspect of time travel. Isn't that something? That's something that I don't think many really do consider, is it? That you go far enough back, people aren't going to be speaking contemporary English, or English at all, and it might be very difficult to actually discern what was going on, and you'd think, oh, wait a minute, I guess I didn't take that into account, right? Kitty Hawk, North Carolina there, in the Outer Banks. That was actually a place that I had the ability to visit long ago. I was just a kid when I went there, but I think it was like 20 years ago. And if I recall correctly, there was like this giant stone monument. The thing was huge. That was there. I remember seeing it from afar and then being able to go up to it. Let's see. This has to be it. Wright Brothers National Memorial. Is this where I thought that it was? Yeah. Yeah, I remember that. Going back. That was long ago. Must have been the early 2000s, but back then anyway, I've never really been to the Outer Banks since then, but I remember back then, it was a very nice place to visit. It's touristy, of course, but there were very nice beaches there, nice hotels and restaurants, and a fun and lively atmosphere, I would say. I remember enjoying the beach and going to that area and sort of thinking about and seeing where history was made with the Wright brothers. That was really something. I have a little bit of a personal memory I have from that. I remember, because I was just a little kid, and of course, I really wanted to go up to that giant memorial, the big monument that they had there. Because again, if you see pictures of this thing, it's huge. It's the equivalent of a multi-story building, and it's atop this hill, so it's like especially if you're a little kid. Of course you want to go up and you want to run up to it and, see what it's all about and everything. And the hotel that we were staying at was close enough that you could actually almost see it. I think the room was like a view toward the ocean, but from the hotel, theoretically, you would actually be able to see the whole monument and the park and everything right across the street, so it was right nearby. So I remember seeing it, and I was thinking, I hope, in one of the days that we're here, we're going to be able to go and see the monument. So finally the day came to tour this park, and was able to see the area where the first flight took place, and there are all these little markers, of where the plane took off and touched down and where it was airborne, etc. They have that all marked out. And then on the opposite side of this big field, so it's a big walk. It's like, I don't know if it's a mile walk, but it's certainly a ways away, is the big monument. And the time came to head over to it, and we weren't part of any tour group, and it was just on foot. So we were heading over there, and just as we reached this monument, these thunderstorms started rolling in. And again, when you look at the area, you are just out in the middle of this big, exposed field with no shelter or anything. And so the visit to that was cut short, because the lightning was getting close to the point it was actually it was way too uncomfortably close. There was actually, I think I remember, a lightning strike that happened in that same open field that we were in while we were there. And it's like, okay, that's way too close for comfort, because if there was a lightning strike that hit in the same field, even if it's a big one, then you could very realistically get struck by lightning, especially when you're pretty much the highest thing around, at least in your immediate vicinity. So, the visit was cut short, and we had to proceed at a very brisk pace. Wouldn't say run, but briskly moved back to the hotel. Unscathed. I think if I had gotten struck by lightning, you all probably would have known about that by now, but, so for those of you hoping that there was going to be some exciting twist, there wasn't. But, just a memory I have of that. Thanks, David. And wouldn't you believe it, it's so funny, because we were just talking about this. It's very similar, though it does cover a slightly different aspect, but it's so funny that I just happened, and this, you're just going to have to take my word for it. This was purely coincidental. I just clicked the next email, hence my amused reaction here. But we hear from Ron in Detroit, Michigan, who says, I just finished reading the Wright Brothers book by David McCulloch. It was very informative and easy to read, and it was about how the Wright brothers took to the air. If you're a history buff like me, I highly recommend the book. I'm sure you're thinking I'd want to be at Kitty Hawk, North Carolina, at Kill Devil Hill to witness the first heavier-than-air flight, but no. I'd rather be at the brothers' Huffman Prairie, Ohio flying field, where Wilbur and Orville perfected their craft. Specifically, I'd like to be there for their first successful full flight that involved a full circle and landing that took place on September 20th, 1904, at Huffman Prairie near Dayton, Ohio. This flight, piloted by Wilbur Wright, lasted 1 minute and 36 seconds. It covered 4,080 feet in a complete circle, marking a significant milestone in controlled, powered flight. And only 5 people witnessed Wilbur Wright's historic circular flight on that day. The Wright brothers conducted most of their early flights in relative secrecy, as they were concerned about protecting their inventions and innovations from competitors. Unlike their first few flights at Kitty Hawk in 1903, which had a few more onlookers, mostly lifeguards and the locals, their work at Huffman Prairie was typically observed by just a handful of invited individuals, local farmers, or passerbys. Thank you again for the content, and I love the radio show too. I listen on my Texun PL310ET. I really love the podcast as well, especially the longer episodes since I can make my dinner and listen. Thanks again, Ron in Detroit, Michigan. Well, thanks, Ron, for being a shortwave listener as well as a podcast listener. And like I said, it was just very amusing to me. We were just talking about the Wright brothers and the first flight, and then the next email I open up is actually about the same subject. Couldn't have planned this out better, but really worked out well this way. And fascinating that at the same time, because I wasn't even... that you weren't focusing on Kitty Hawk, but you were actually focusing on some of their other flights that are far less known, with far fewer observers than their most famous first flight. Absolutely fascinating, Ron. Thanks for checking in and sharing that. Well, this one, people are going to take it how they take it, but like I said, it could be anything, so here goes. Halib writes in, if I could go back as a spectator for any moment in history, I would want to witness Kanye West's Life of Pablo tour. Any one of the shows. I'm one of Ye's biggest fans, and seeing that show would heal and change me as a person on a spiritual level. My most important goal in life is to meet Ye one day. Anyway, I've been watching your YouTube channel for years, and seeing a new upload always makes my day. No one else on YouTube is real anymore, like you are. Not to be selfish, but please never stop uploading. My favorite creator from Halib. Well, thank you for checking in, and thank you for your kind words, and I'm glad you enjoy the content. And Kanye West, certainly a figure who is in the news from time to time. You know, he has his supporters and he has his detractors, and but he certainly has his way of making the headlines. I could say that, whether you love him or hate him. Just look at the Grammy Awards, and that'll tell you everything you need to know right there. Thank you, Halib, for checking in. Tim writes in with some biblical history, says I'd like to see either Moses leading the Jews across the Red Sea or the resurrection of Jesus Christ. Thank you, Tim, for checking in. Some points in history that you would like to see. This listener writes, if I were to travel time to a date, I would travel 7 years into the past and witness the 2030s Emperor of the Universe get immeasurably disappointed and his day ruined by Popeyes. Legend has it this was a pivotal moment in history where he began his conquest to become the Emperor of the Universe. Truly the manliest man alive. Thanks for writing in there. Yeah, that about sums me up. To a T, I would say. In response to your question about observing but not interfering in a moment in the past, my genealogy appears to trace back indefinitely into the past in both Great Britain and Scandinavia. I've long had an interest in ancient British, Western European, and Scandinavian cultures. Before these cultures came into contact with Romans, they had a rich tapestry of varying cultures, traditions, and religions. However, the Romans, of course, attempted to conquer these different peoples and assimilate them into Christianity and Roman ways of living. What amplifies the significance of this erasure is the fact that many tribes of Celts in Europe and Britain did not use written language. This meant that, as their beliefs and traditions were outlawed in favor of Christianity, many were lost to time. Some bits and pieces of these cultures have persisted, as we see in American life, for instance. Halloween, the pagan traditions that have been linked into Christmas, etc., but much of what they were is only informed by what the Romans wrote about them. And, as we know, the victors get to write the history books, and who knows if the Roman sources can be trusted. Therefore, I'd love to go back to around 100 AD to ancient Britain and just observe a tribe of people for a day in order to better understand their lost culture. I want to hear their language, see their traditions firsthand. what they are, how they interacted with each other. I take great interest in learning about a culture that would have been my own had it not have been for the violent expansion of the Roman Empire. So thank you so much for your response. That was a fascinating one, and very enjoyable to read, especially, of course, in your case, since you have that personal connection. But I would say, even just in the broad sense, being able to see how things were. And I think that was a great point that you raised there in regards to history, right? There are those instances wherein, even if some people don't really want to admit it, some history may actually, in fact, have a bias to it. And the perspectives of some things that even many would consider indisputable may be slanted more than many people tend to realize. You never know. It'd be interesting to see it firsthand and see really where things stand, for that matter. Great response there. Peter from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, who writes, "My mind has wandered off to so many possibilities with your question. If I would take a personal route, I would probably see my father's home village in the mountains of Italy in the 1950s to see how the simple life was much more desirable than today's madness. Spiritually, I would love to have seen the biblical Garden of Eden as it was intended. But, and I've surprised myself with the final answer, I think I would love to go back into the 1960s and witness a Louis Armstrong concert in person. It's a surprising answer to me because I'm not a super fan of jazz music. In fact, I'm not a fan of jazz at all, except to review classics like Louis Armstrong, Fats Waller, and Ella Fitzgerald, and only rarely, usually during February for Black History Month. Something about Louis Armstrong and how his music literally changed American history. I would have just loved to say that, yes, I have seen him in concert in person. Hoping you're having fun with this podcast. All the best, Peter from Pittsburgh." Thanks, Peter. Good response there. And I am having fun. There was a lot of fun responses that have come in for this. So it's really you, the listening audience, that have made it so much fun, and I hope it's fun for all of you out there tuned in right now, too. This listener mentions, in response to your podcast question about being a fly on the wall during a point in history, I think I would use the opportunity to either answer some of the history's biggest mysteries, such as to definitively identify the Zodiac Killer, or perhaps find the location of Amelia Earhart. My other choice would be present during the Titanic's journey, as I think it would be a haunting experience having the foreknowledge of it not making its destination. Thanks for your time. Look forward to the next episode. And thank you for writing. Oh, absolutely. It would make total sense, to be able to finally crack the case and, figure out the Zodiac Killer and some of the details behind it. Or again, where Amelia Earhart's plane went down, what happened there. If she actually ended up on some island, or if her plane sank to the bottom of the sea and perished there, right? What really happened there? And, of course, the Titanic, right? A historic event, a terrible tragedy. You'd also be able to confirm in that case whether or not that Celine Dion song was playing back then in person or not. What a stupid, probably tasteless joke that was on my end. Pittsburgh metro area listener checking in, Robert, North Braddock, Pennsylvania, writes, "The event I would like to witness is the Cretaceous Paleogene extinction event, which was the asteroid strike in the Yucatan Peninsula 66 million years ago that led to the extinction of the dinosaurs, as well as nearly 3/4 of all life on Earth." And yes, and this ties into one of the previous responses we had. You mentioned, "I am fascinated by this event since it would have made possible the world as we know it today. To be able to witness this event and the ensuing aftermath would be staggering. I can't even imagine the magnitude of this event. It'd be absolutely mind-boggling. The sheer destructive power of a 6-mile asteroid impacting the Earth at enormous speed is unimaginable. It's estimated the impact had the power of over 1 billion Hiroshima atomic bombs. I would likely need multiple physical perspectives in order to experience all the many facets of the devastation. Enormous dust clouds from the ejected material, mega tsunamis, windstorms, firestorms, etc. On a human level, it would be difficult to emotionally process the utter destruction. Robert from North Braddock, Pennsylvania, checks in. Oh, absolutely, I'm sure it would be. And, I mean, I would have to wager if I were witnessing that, I would almost be in disbelief seeing the sheer destruction, right, almost on a planetary scale. And if you were, I would wager anyway, of course, this is all speculative, but I would wager, if one were to witness that with their own eyes, you would think to yourself, how could anything ever arise from this? It's done, it's over, right? Earth is going to be uninhabitable now, it's just everything, it's gone. But look at how history played out, truly amazing. Jeff writes, if I were able to go back in time to the history of the world, I would like to witness the first pool of goo, for lack of a better word, that started life on Earth. Love your show, it has a classic vibe to it with a touch of class. Thanks, Jeff. Cool response there, yeah, to see where everything came from. This listener who goes by the name Zonzon states, there are many moments in history I'd like to witness, however, not being an expert in pre-modern English, I feel that going back too far would be somewhat pointless, since I wouldn't understand anything that was said. So I'd like to go to the Mississippi Delta in the early 1910s or 20s and witness some of the early blues music innovators. Very little is known about men such as Robert Johnson. I'm no expert, but from what I've heard, almost nothing is known about Charlie Patton, so I'd like to witness some parts of their lives. Don't have any specific event in mind, of course. Thanks. And thank you for checking in. Julie in Atlanta, Georgia, checks in. Hope your 2025 is going well so far. Continue to look forward to your YouTube videos, radio shows, and podcast. Writing into the show regarding the question and answer for your upcoming broadcast. If I could go back in time and witness any event in history, I would go back to see the Beatles' debut performance on The Ed Sullivan Show. I grew up listening to the Beatles with my dad, and every Sunday night our family would watch old reruns of The Ed Sullivan Show. The show had been cancelled decades before I was born, I should add, but watching reruns was something I looked forward to every week as a kid. And seeing the iconic first few moments that the Beatles took the United States by storm would be incredible. The music, the noise, the energy. To me, it would be the show of a lifetime, and I wish I could have been there to experience it. Wishing you the best this year. I'd love to see more shows like this in 2025. Well, thank you, Julie in Atlanta, Georgia, checking in. And hopefully there will be more shows just like this one to come throughout the year. Yeah, witnessing the Beatles' iconic performance on The Ed Sullivan Show would certainly, I would wager, be something to witness firsthand. So I absolutely understand, even without the personal connection to it. But then, of course, since you grew up watching some of the reruns of that program, just adds an extra layer to it all. Fred in Niagara Falls writes in, saying, thank you very much for your radio programs and podcast. It is wonderful to listen to original programming with great content on Shortwave. Regular listener to your program from Niagara Falls, Ontario. Well, first and foremost, Fred in Niagara Falls, Ontario, great to have you listening in on the Shortwave. You continue. Like you, I am a big history fan, and there are so many phenomenal events to choose from. But if I could see just one, I think it would be the weddings at Susa. Are you familiar? It took place in 324 BC at Susa, Persia, in what is now Iran. As you may know, one of Alexander's goals was to unite the East's and West's cultures and politics. You have to wonder if the world would have been a different place had he been successful. In an attempt toward the end, he initiated a mass wedding at Susa, where 80 Macedonian leaders would wed 80 Persian women from the noblest of families. He believed that this would solidify the bonds between these two great empires and cultures, which at this point he ruled both. The mass wedding was a spectacular affair held mostly in the Persian style. Interestingly, the Greeks adopted the Persian tradition of kissing the brides on the mouth, which seems to be the first time this tradition began in the Western culture. And he included, for some additional reading, a Wikipedia page. Susa weddings, that's S-U-S-A, arranged by Alexander the Great, 324 BC. Fascinating. Thank you, Fred, in Niagara Falls, checking in. And I appreciate the additional information you sent, by the way. Much appreciated. This is another one that's similar to one we got. Captain Kilgore writes, "Hope this email finds you well. If I were to go back to witness any event in history, I would want to go back in time to follow Hannibal when he is crossing the Alps with elephants. Just imagining elephants in the mountains is crazy to me. Thank you very much for asking the question. I'd love to hear you ask more in the future." Well, thank you. Thank you for writing in. All right, I'll read this one for the heck of it, because your first sentence got a laugh out of me, I must admit. May we still ask for predictions? Generally, the answer would be no, but, like I said, this got a laugh out of me, and I would wager it would. I think some other folks would find it equally amusing. If so, in which city does the Oasis tour self-implode? I'm a Morrissey fan, so I'm used to the crazy antics and cancelled tour dates. And you add, answering your real question, I would like to go back to the time of the pyramid building and see how they did it. Keep up the good work. Well, thank you, both for your prediction and for your submission as well. The Oasis tour. It does make me wonder sometimes if it's going to, if it's actually going to work out or not, Thank you once again. We hear next from Will in Seattle, Washington. Last week you posed the question, what historical event would you like to witness in person? It may sound somewhat morbid, and I apologize, but I would like to see the assassination of JFK with my own two eyes. Ideally from the perspective of the infamous grassy knoll. Now, I'm a skeptic when it comes to most conspiracy theories, but JFK did make numerous enemies in his short tenure, including the CIA, the Mafia, various foreign agents. And it's conceivable to me that a lone wolf, such as Lee Harvey Oswald, could find himself in the right place at the right time, but his connections to Soviet Russia and later murder by Jack Ruby paint a picture of a man who was not acting entirely alone. Just my personal thoughts. Thank you for doing what you do. All the best from Will in Seattle, Washington. No need to apologize, Will. By all means, when I mentioned as far as any sorts of submissions, I said, look, it could be anything, morbid or otherwise. And it's perfectly understandable that folks would want to go back and witness the JFK assassination firsthand, because, even to this date, there is still intense debate as to what really happened there, and there are many folks out there that don't trust the official narrative of what they say happened for a multitude of reasons. So it's perfectly understandable that you would like to see it from that exact perspective and see if that answers any pressing questions, perhaps. And this listener writes, as a long-time thrill-seeker, if I could travel back in time but not affect anything or be affected, as you established, I think I'd want to travel to a time or place where it would otherwise be too dangerous for me to be. Initially, I thought something like being on the ground during the eruption of Pompeii or aboard the Titanic when it hit the iceberg, but I think I would be scarred by the imagery of the disaster, so perhaps just being right on the edge of a volcano when it erupts or something might be cool. Wouldn't put me in the danger, but it would be awe-inspiring to experience the raw power of nature firsthand like that. Thanks. Well, thank you for writing in. Appreciate the perspective, and I imagine the power would be breathtaking, quite frankly. Michael adds, I think I'm late to respond. Happy to say you aren't. In all cases, I thought the prompt was fun. If I were unable to interact and view things passively, I think actually viewing a performance could be quite exciting. Witnessing the first performance of Romeo and Juliet or Macbeth when Shakespeare was still alive, to see the audience react, or going to a test screening of Star Wars with George Lucas and seeing all his director friends providing feedback would be really fascinating. Anyway, that's what sprang to mind. Thanks for the stimulating prompt. And thank you, Michael, for checking in, and a good response at that. KP checks in, and yes, this response is something. Hey man, hope you're doing well. If I could witness any event, it would be the original Patterson-Gimlin Bigfoot film from 1967. I'd love to just see how it played out, if it was real or shortly after the camera turned off and a mask was taken off. A close second would be witnessing the asteroid strike that allegedly caused the Ice Age. Would be fascinating to see. Love you, man, from KP. Thanks for checking in. Yeah, the Patterson-Gimlin film there. Yeah, I've thought that myself personally long before this question. I thought, if only I could be a fly on the wall there, and the reactions would obviously, because mind you, stupid as this sounds, I'm sure for some, I'm far more partial to the existence of creatures like this than many are. I just see that it could still be conceivable if the population is low, and if they are confined to certain areas, although I would say many reports, actually the vast majority, are misidentification, and, people that already have it on the mind, so they think they're seeing something, or think they're hearing something, but, wouldn't surprise me if there's areas, even in the Pacific Northwest, or in Alaska especially, so remote, and so few people there that, isolated populations of various beings could still exist. Wouldn't surprise me. And it goes for other areas too. But anyway, yes, the Patterson-Gimlin film would be remarkable. And obviously, if you were there and once the camera shut off, if you saw the creature just still going, and be a jaw-dropping moment, you'd think, oh, bleep, pretty much, and you would think, wow, that was real, and honestly, if I were there, it would be amazing, but like I said, despite the fact that, I am partial to this subject, if turned out to be a costume and you saw a mask getting taken off, what I would be fascinated in is, number one, I would accept it immediately. It'd be like, all right, well, as convincing as it seems, got it wrong, and that's all right, I admit that. But I would want to then get a close look at the actual suit, in the case that it is fake, because there is a huge amount of debate as to, the suit itself. Again, this is under the assumption that it indeed is fake, because you have a lot of people saying, well, the suit in the Patterson-Gimlin film is just far too advanced for what a couple of cowboys in the Pacific Northwest could come up with, especially for that time. And indeed, some enhanced footage, and I'm not talking about necessarily, anything that's enhanced artificially, because if you start doing that and you start blowing things up too much, it'll make things of various artifacts or the low resolution, and it'll add things that aren't really there. So I'm not talking about that, but just, stabilizing the footage, and you just see things that, when it's stabilized and in better quality, instead of this, the so-called suit looking worse, as one would think it would, it looks better. It looks more realistic. You actually see some of the musculature, and, you see soft tissue actually jiggle as a step is taken. It's one of those things where it's like, all right, if that's a suit, and again, these are just a couple of cowboys, then even if it's revealed to be fake, but I'm right there in the flesh, I would want to get some close-up looks at it and see what this suit actually looks like with the high-resolution capabilities of my own two eyes, and be able to get a real good look at it. And I would either be amazed at the craftsmanship, and I would think, I don't know who these folks knew, but they sure knew someone who should have been working for Hollywood. Or I'll think to myself, well, I guess that old camera really did this a lot of favors. And, one of those two reactions, I would wager. Would be fascinating, though. KP, thank you. Good thought-provoking response there. Most enjoyable. Michael in Australia, long-time listener, first-time emailer. Really interested to hear what us listeners have to say. If I could be at any place in time and just watch and witness history happening, it'll be, for me, watching Charles Stanley Gifford. Well, I'll clean up your email, Michael, because, right, paraphrasing, you essentially said you would like to witness the procreation, which would eventually lead to the birth of Marilyn Monroe, and you essentially expressed that it would be nice to sit on the sidelines and enjoy. Michael from Australia. Let's see what else we have. This better not be another one like that. Okay, it's not. Whew. This listener goes by the name Kitty Cat. Adds, "Good morning, VORW. Enjoyed the question for this show. My answer for what event I would like to go back to observe would be the following. 1. The Garden of Eden, or just the Earth before industrialization and deforestation. 2. The peak of the dinosaur era. 3. Egyptians building the pyramids, temples, etc. My reasoning for the first two is to simply admire the diverse flora and fauna, like a 24/7 live stream of National Geographic, but without the narration. We can learn a lot from nature, and I think much that keeps us from advancing as a species is refusing to balance respect and alignment with nature, while also using our technological advancements to build societies that do not focus on also helping nature." To interject, well said, I think. I think it's true. There really can be that balance, It's always sad when you see parts of the world, especially that are so filthy and polluted, and it shouldn't be that way, really. And I believe what you're saying, that there's a way that it can be balanced, that you could have a modern, industrial, advanced society while still maintaining that respect and realistic preservation for nature at the same time. That it's understandable that in order to advance as a species and a society, natural resources must be utilized. It's impossible otherwise, but at the same time, you don't have to operate under the resource, just trash everything, and we'll figure it out later. That's gonna set us back. There could be a balance, I think. Back to your email, you said, lastly, I would enjoy observing the thought process behind how the mazes in pyramids were designed, Again, as well as how they managed to transport enormous columns and constructions across their lands. From Kitty Cat checking in. Thanks for your email there. Very nice one. This listener says, on the most recent VORW episode, you asked, what time period in history would we like to go back to and why? I would love to go back to the mid to late 80s, so I could see my father when he was a teenager. I want to do this because he tells me he used to be able to do real sweet bike tricks that he can no longer do, so I'd like to see him do these tricks. Have a good day. Thank you for checking in. These personal ones are nice. A lot of them are heartwarming, and I hope if you had the chance that you wouldn't be disappointed, and you wouldn't have a bone to pick with your father afterward if you saw that and you thought, is that really it? BK writes, your question regarding going back to time, I would enjoy going back to the time when Christ walked the earth, performing his miracles and fishing for men. I think that would probably be the most rewarding and unforgettable experience. Looking forward to the show, brother. Hope you have a great weekend and a wonderful week next week. From BK. BK, thanks for your input there, and I hope you had a lovely weekend and are having a wonderful week at that. This listener writes, what event in history? Love the topic, by the way. My answer, being an ordained pagan priest, is the Salem witch trial. I want to find out if they was really that paranoid. So thank you for your response there. Yeah, the Salem witch trials. Had the chance years ago to visit Salem, Massachusetts, and actually, see where it all took place. Thanks for your response. Now, I apologize if I get this name wrong. No offense intended, and I always try to preface that. I believe it's Misha, or Miisha, perhaps. Anyway, I apologize, just though I tried my best. You said, I'm a new subscriber to both your Patreon and SoundCloud channels. Really enjoy all your content. Well, thank you kindly. And I also appreciate your support on the Patreon. I really do. It literally keeps the international shortwave broadcasts on the air, so thank you. I'm having fun catching up on your previous shows while I'm designing, cooking, cleaning, or playing video games. To answer your question, if I were able to travel and go anywhere at any time, I would pick ancient Egypt. I've always been drawn to that time period, and I'd love to see how people treated science, the cosmos, alchemy, herbalism, religious practices and rituals, festivals, food, music, clothing, the makeup, etc. The era of Cleopatra, and, if I could speak biblically, see the miracles and wonders of Moses. I could go on, but I'll stop here. Thank you for reading, and I look forward to your next show. Thank you. Great response there. And again, thank you kindly for your support and your listenership. And I hope you continue to enjoy all the shows, past, present, and hopefully future. And this goes on a similar note to what we read a couple emails back. And no, not that email, for those of you thinking. Andrew checks in. Good to be writing in again after quite a few years now. Well, welcome back, Andrew. Been a fan of your work for a very long time, though I've only written into the VORW program once before. To answer your question, I would probably see a landmark concert from a musician that I love. To me, this has enough gravitas to be considered a historical event, although I'm not sure how many would agree. I don't like going to concerts in general, particularly rock or pop concerts or anything like that, because I'm fairly reclusive and I think the atmosphere of such shows makes it more difficult to actually enjoy the music itself. That being said, I think getting to see musicians Bing Crosby or Nat King Cole perform would be magical. Art Tatum would be another pick. I wouldn't want to witness something like a historical battle because, while they may be interesting to read about, I think I would be very disturbed to see people die in a war before my eyes. I have no desire to see something like that, frankly. Anyway, hope you're doing well in all things. Andrew checking in. Andrew, thanks for writing in. Another good response there, and seeing some of the great musicians of days past perform live, certainly understandable. And I also do understand, not personally wanting to witness, a massive battle or anything, as fascinating that they may be. I understand seeing the death and the suffering firsthand like that, and knowing that it's real, could be very different than what you might see in movies or video games, etc. So I could see how that could definitely have just, a horrific and very jarring, perhaps, impact. Raul, in North Carolina, if I had the chance to go to any time in history of the world, I would go back to the 12th or 11th century BC. I'm one of those people who likes to believe in the story of the Battle of Troy. He says in parentheses, "Don't blame me, I want to have fun with this," end parentheses. So I'd love to go back and not only see Achilles and the Greeks and Trojans battle it out, but my main reason for this would be to see Helen of Troy. I want to see how beautiful she was and if it was worth all the bloodshed. Not to mention see the Trojan horse in person. If it actually was built, of course. Hope this calls for exciting discussion. Warmly, Raul from North Carolina says, love the videos, podcast, and the show. Keep doing what you're doing. The whole internet has your back. Well, thanks, Raul. North Carolina checks in, and a fun response there. Yeah, definitely fun. I'm very familiar with all those stories, and yes, to see what's true and what isn't, if any is, or if all is, would be fascinating. Anonymous listener in England says, I hope this email finds you well. My answer to the question is to witness the assassination of Julius Caesar. Now, it has been depicted in art countless times, and the 15th of March is well remembered today for its association with this historic event. Whilst it is rather grim to express interest in seeing another human being murdered in cold blood, unfortunately it comes with the territory of some of the most important events in history. I'm mostly interested in seeing the prelude, Caesar's last words, and then the aftermath. Love the podcast. Best wishes for the future. Anonymous listener in England checking in. Thank you, and I like the explanation behind it. And no, it is true. Despite it being a brutal killing that occurred there, the historical implications enormous, and that's an understatement. Well said. Hey John, it's Leo from Brazil checking in. Really liked your question, especially because I'm a historian here in Brazil. Made me think of two different moments I'd like to watch. First, thought about the first people to arrive on the American continent, maybe around 15,000 years ago. I'd love to see who these people were, what kind of new land they were encountering, explore the fauna, especially the megafauna, of the untouched continent. Feels like such a mythical place to be in. And the second moment would be the day the Portuguese arrived in Brazil. I have a similar curiosity about this event. I'd love to witness the moment when these two completely different cultures first came into contact. There's a letter called, and boy, I'm gonna destroy this name. I could already tell. It's in Portuguese. A Carta de Provas de Caminha, that describes this encounter. I'm sorry if that was horrid. And from reading it, it seems like everyone was having a good time. I believe it must have been a beautiful moment. Unfortunately, things took a turn for the worse later on, but I would like to experience that initial sense of hope. I could think of many other moments, but for now, I just wanted to share these too. I love my country, and I love being Brazilian. It's not always easy, and our country isn't the best place to live in, but we are known around the world to be a happy and festive people. I'd love to witness these moments to better understand the land and the cultures that exist within it. Leo from Brazil checking in. fascinating response there. I like both of the choices you went with, and I do like how you tied them together, how both would seem like such a unique and almost mythical place to be in, It's fascinating, really. And to be able to see that initial sense of optimism, as far as the contact between such two vastly, enormously different cultures is concerned, that initial sense of hope and optimism that despite those barriers, things might actually work out, even if we know how things ended up. I'm sure it would still be quite the moment to witness. And I also really liked your closing words about Brazil as well. And, because a lot of the time, big attitude that you see, and I understand why people have it, a lot of people out there, when it comes down to having any sort of pride in their country, it's usually just all or nothing, that my country is the best by far, there's nothing wrong with it, there's no problems, and it's just everything here is excellent and everything else, everywhere else, is completely subpar compared to my country, my homeland. But I like the attitude that you had toward it, where it's like, look, this country of mine has its problems, and it's not the greatest place in the world, but it's my homeland, it's where I'm from, and I love my country. And I think that attitude is one that, you don't see much of these days, but I think it's a very mature attitude to have and a very realistic one likewise. It's just very nice to see. I don't know how to really say it, but it's nice to see, and I appreciate you adding that, Leo. And it's funny, not too long ago, before I was actually just at the microphone for this recording session, I was scanning around on the shortwave and was actually listening to some Brazilian stations. There's not as many as there once was, years and years ago. Back, even just 10 years ago, there were probably 60 or 70 on the air, and if you go back to the early 2000s or before, there were hundreds at a minimum. And now there's just a small handful. But it's interesting to sort of chase what's left and try to receive what I'm able to. So I was listening to Radio Nacional da Amazonia, which, it's just a fun station, it's your national broadcaster for the Amazon, and the people there that obviously still listen heavily to shortwave, and it's just fun to especially hear the music, even if I don't really understand Portuguese, to hear some, in my opinion, what's good Brazilian music is quite nice. And then I was scanning around, listened to Radio Brasil Central, which also had, they were playing more contemporary music. They were playing, I forget the name of the song. It was a pop song that was big in the 90s. It's on the tip of my tongue. It was by Joan Osborne, One of Us. I know it was a huge hit back then, and they're playing a few other 90s songs as well, some nice listening, and scanned around, picked up Radio Voz Missionaria, which is a religious station, and that was sort of exciting because there were some rumors going around that some of their transmitters and antennas got damaged, because I think they're located on a hill, and there might have been some landslides from some floods there, but, so there were some rumors that they were going to be permanently gone, and it was nice to actually scan around and happen upon the signal again, which I wasn't really expecting, and they were playing some, I would say, easy listening music, which was pleasant as well. So, I don't know, it's just funny. It's not the biggest coincidence in the world or anything, but you mentioned Brazil, and I thought, what the heck, I'll throw that in there. I'll find a way to get shortwave something into this show. What next? A true crime perspective. Understandable. Like I said, this sort of goes in with what I was saying even about things, they may be morbid, but I understand the interest, especially if some good can come of it. You say, I would love to know who was responsible for the death of John Benet Ramsey. I'm a big true crime fan of all the big cases. Casey Anthony, O.J., Jodi Arias, etc., and this is the only case that puzzles me as to what really happened. I don't have a theory on what happened, household members versus intruder. Depending on who you listen to, each theory has its merits. Guess I would lean toward parental involvement if I was pressed, but I'm not convinced enough of any one theory to put someone in prison. D.B. Cooper or the Zodiac Killer would be nice to see as well, but not nearly as gripping. So thank you for writing in. You said, I enjoy the podcast and the reviews. Thanks for the entertainment. My pleasure to provide entertainment, likewise. I've read up on that case a while ago, so my understanding of it is a bit rusty, I would wager. But from my recollection, I think I've always leaned toward, parental involvement, or at least familial involvement, if I'm not mistaken. I think that's what I leaned to, but it's been so long ago since I've researched that, really, if I went on some sort of deep dive. So I might be sitting here talking about a totally different case, and, I might just sound like some idiot, but that's my 2 cents. Short email, this listener says, if I could go back and experience something, mine would be watching the Founding Fathers writing the Articles of the Constitution. So thanks for your thoughts there. Yeah, fundamental moment in our nation's history there, being able to see it firsthand. This is a pretty amusing one from Sean, who says, I happened upon your broadcast, and I've been an admirer of yours for some time. You're intelligent and quirky enough to resonate with someone who prides himself on being an independent thinker. When I heard your question, 2 responses came to mind right away. The first idea was to go back to the 1700s and watch Thomas Jefferson write out the Declaration of Independence. To be able to witness such a historic event would, in my mind, as a writer, be like watching Mark Twain write Huckleberry Finn. Jefferson, writing out our historical declaration, to my mind, is as good as it gets. I'm no staunch supporter of one form of political thought or another, but in sheer historical scope as an American, I can't think of any higher cause to witness. And a few questions you ask that I find quite humorous, but reasonable questions. Did he sit there in the nude and just scribble out draft after draft? Did he consult books and use the contents as fodder for his famous lines? Did he drink alcohol while he wrote? These are the thoughts that come to me, and interjecting understandable thoughts. My second event, for obvious reasons, would be the assassination of JFK. I don't really think I need to explain the notion and why it might hold so much interest to me, but I can say that knowing the real story of what happened, not having to rely on some official government report, what a joke, would fill in the blanks on a mystery that I think has been bothering serious thinking people for over 60 years. Once I knew the story, I would come back to the present and write a book that would blow the doors off the accounting of the tragedy once and for all. That's it for me. I'm out. Sincerely, Sean. Sean, thanks for writing in. And your second point, understandable as well. And a lot of people have serious objections with the Warren Report, and many issues, with the narrative that they say, well, how on earth could it have actually been like they say that it was? Things like the magic bullet and all that are just, that's surface level stuff. You actually even breach the surface on that. You'll see more and more things that you think, all right, it either actually happened, as it did happen, one of those irreplicable things, or there's more to it. It would answer a lot of questions and provide a lot of insight. Short email from this listener says, I would like to have been an observer for the crucifixion of Jesus Christ of Nazareth. It would have been fascinating to see how accurate the Bible is to the specific details of the crucifixion, including the exchange between Jesus and the criminals, Jesus crying out to God to forgive them, as well as more supernatural events described, such as the earthquake and the eclipse. You have to go back and see if everything is precisely as described. Most certainly understandable. Azzy in the United Kingdom writes in next. I'm writing as if I could go back in time. I would go back to 1888 and see who Jack the Ripper truly was. I would try to discover the true identity by following them back to their home and get a good look at who the guy was. Still wondering to this day who Jack the Ripper was, and, as for now, it will still remain an unsolved mystery. Thanks for taking the time to read my email. Keep up the good work and have a splendid rest of your day. Likewise, Azzy, in the United Kingdom checking in. Jack the Ripper, certainly. Again, another tragedy, for lack of a better word, but one of the most notorious serial murderers there that no real full, with that's verified, I'm trying to say, name or face can be put to. Absolutely. Completely understandable. Sue-Ann writes, I would love to travel to the time of the plague to hear the conspiracy theories. Love your show. Thanks, Sue-Ann. Nice to hear from you, by the way. It's been a while, but good to see your response. Oh, and this is a good one. Lonko from Slovenia, Europe, adds, I'm not very knowledgeable on history, or even prehistory for that matter, but I do love dinosaurs. I just think they're neat. So, I'd love to be able to travel safely around the lands of the time when the dynasty of dinosaurs was at its peak. I love the way you phrase that. The dynasty of dinosaurs. That's a good one. Whatever that might have been, just to see what dinosaurs really looked like, how they lived, what they sounded like. At the same time, I think of the phrase, never meet your heroes. What if dinosaurs were feathered and fluffy like giant sparrows? Maybe they looked ridiculous, who knows? At the same time, I'd love to hear what you think and know of dinosaurs. Looking forward to the show. Lonko from Slovenia, over in Europe there. Thanks for checking in. Good question. And as far as my view of dinosaurs, of course we have a better understanding of the dinosaurs, now than we did even just a number of decades ago. But at the same time, it wouldn't surprise me any if our understanding of them, given the time frame that has passed, only goes so far. And every now and then, you'll hear, if you really pay attention to scientific news, you'll see stories that come out from time to time that say, whatever dinosaur that they're talking about, they say, well, such and such dinosaur actually didn't have, this or that iconic feature. And, based on new archaeological evidence, it actually didn't have this, or looked more like that, or it wasn't as big as we thought they were, or, there's things that we get wrong to this day, and it'd be fascinating. It would be like if you finally got to see, right, probably one of the most famous dinosaurs of them all, the great Tyrannosaurus Rex, to actually be able to see one in the flesh, and then it's like, what the hell? This doesn't even look, this looks nothing like how I thought it would look. This thing looks like a cuddly giant bird, not like some vicious, almost reptilian creature moving about. That would have been something if that ended up being the case. And this listener mentions, hello John, I personally would like to see the Siege of Yorktown. Would have been cool to personally witness the sheer power of the American army back so long ago. And also, this battle marked the end of the American Revolution. It's an important historical event. Being able to witness something as dangerous and hectic as a battle between two somewhat large armies without having to worry about getting hurt or noticed in any way would have been exhilarating. Thanks for writing in. Yeah, the Siege of Yorktown, essentially the final battle that ended the Revolutionary War. That was a battlefield that I had, again, years ago, the pleasure of being able to visit and see firsthand. And it would have been amazing to see, both the army of General Cornwallis, that still, even when they were in a weaker state, was still obviously a formidable force, but then also being able to see, number one, as you mentioned, the Continental Army, which by that point was getting more and more put together at that point, and was recovering from some of the earlier defeats and setbacks. But then at the same time, also to see the French as well, what, at that time was easily one of the most powerful countries in the world, and be able to see the French army there as well at their full potential, and plus seeing all the French warships as well doing their part. It would have been an amazing sight to witness. So thank you there for checking in. This listener writes, if I could go back to any event in history, it would have to be the assassination of Abraham Lincoln. I'd like to witness the atmosphere and the reaction of everyone who was present at the time, especially given its historical impact. Thank you for your submission. I imagine it must have been an atmosphere of just total shock and chaos, if I had to take a guess. JD writes, and this is a sentiment that we've seen many times before, but still worth reading, I would instinctively travel back 10,000 years to the completion of the Great Pyramid of Giza. How in the hell were they able to move 2 million blocks across the Nile River and stack them within a 20-year time span? Was it really just an amazing feat of engineering and labor? Was there an ancient, long-forgotten civilization that helped the Egyptians, or was it aliens? Whatever the answer may be, it would be mind-blowing to witness. Keep up the great work, enjoying the latest radio shows and YouTube uploads, JD. Thank you for writing in. Jamie in Las Vegas, Nevada adds, my answer to your question, I'd like the opportunity to go back in time for one of those unsolved crimes, more specifically the JonBenet Ramsey murder, find out once and for all what really happened and who's responsible. Jamie, Las Vegas, Nevada. Thanks for checking in. Patrick from San Francisco, California writes, I think it must first be established that such a thing, an opportunity that is to go back and witness, would present an opportunity to better our nation and the world. For that reason, I would not travel to an event that I am particularly interested in witnessing, nor would I seek to uncover the truth behind this or that mystery, cold case, conspiracy, etc. I am certainly interested in who kidnapped JonBenet Ramsey, if there's any truth to the grassy knoll conspiracy, etc., but I just don't think any of that really stands out to have much impact. Great, someone other than Lee Harvey Oswald shot JFK 60 years ago, and I get that privilege to rant endlessly about how I know the truth on the internet. And that's a best case. In all likelihood, JFK really was shot by Oswald, you write, and I accomplish nothing by observing that tragedy. The question arises then of what one ought to do with this opportunity, and I've settled on choosing an event which would have relevance in the present day. I've thought about this for a bit and settled on turning to the FBI's most wanted list to choose my target. After all, the question implies that one can observe, just not interact with the event. It is entirely silent on if that observation could be malicious with respect to the subject. So let's see what you mean by that. You add, there are a few individuals the FBI currently offers a $5 million reward for, which I believe indicates that these people are at the top of the most wanted list. Of those, I'm not sure which to choose, but I would go back only for a limited amount of time to any event which occurred at their current residence. There I would seek information which could be passed along subsequently, an address, general location, etc., and upon returning to the present day, I would attempt to get this information to the FBI in such a way that I feel confident it would be acted upon. This has nothing to do with any monetary reward, and from what I hear, those are very rarely available to be claimed in full anyway. So Patrick, San Francisco checking in, a very noble approach to take, and certainly no stipulations against it. For a good cause, if you asked me. If you had the ability, go get 'em, in my opinion. Make this world a bit of a better place, yeah. Well put. I like that one. Mike in Tampa, Florida. As grim as it sounds, I would like to go back to the night the Titanic sank. Yes, it's filled with tragedy and sadness, but at the same time the morbid curiosity would be too much for me to turn down. Not sure how familiar you are with the Titanic. Well, I know there was a movie that was made in the late 90s about it, so I'm somewhat familiar with it. But you add, on the night it sank, there were many witnesses that account of a mystery ship with its lights on, out on the horizon, that was just out of view but close enough to watch the ship go down. The ship never answered any distress calls, nor came to the rescue when the distress rockets were being shot off. The ship simply sat there just out of reach. And I always thought maybe the ship was a ship from the future, taking tourists on a time-traveling sightseeing tour to watch the Titanic sink, never taking part in any rescue or intervention. Quite interesting to think about. That's it for me. Thank you for all the great shows across the Shortwave, YouTube, and the podcast. Mike from Tampa, Florida. Very interesting take on the Titanic and that ship as well. Fascinating response there. Mike from New Jersey. 2 events. The first, the creation of the Earth. Reason is there are so many questions about how this planet came to be, and I'd be very curious to be a spectator on how we all came to be. All the living things from the blue skies to the green plants, oceans, and everything within our atmosphere. And secondly, I would choose the mid-1940s, specifically right after World War II. That's the time my parents were born. I'd love to take a glimpse in real time how they were raised in the family, what games did they play as kids with limited technology at the time, what their favorite games to play were, how did they interact in school, and so much that we would not understand today unless we were actually there to see it. I think these 2 points in time would be the most exciting for myself to see without any intervention. Take care, Mike from New Jersey. Mike, thanks for your response. I like the very broad approach that you took with the first answer, but then the second one, very personal one, to be able to go back and see your parents as they were growing up. That would be cool. And much appreciated. Now, this listener writes, there are many events I would like to view with my own eyes, but if I could be a fly on the wall, it would be on April 8th, 1994, when Kurt Cobain, the frontman of Nirvana, his body was found. With no proper investigation and mishandling of evidence, I've wondered if Courtney Love was not involved with hand-picking the monsters who set it up to look like a suicide. I want the truth of his death to be solved and revealed before I step off this mortal coil. So going back to get some of the facts as far as what happened with Kurt Cobain, again, legendary from Nirvana, of course. And a lot of debate does continue to this day whether or not his untimely death was indeed just a suicide, or if there was more to it than that, and if he was taken out, for lack of a better word. And you've got proponents of both sides, and you would wish to try to answer that once and for all and figure out where things really stand. Similarly to a couple of responses we've already gotten, John in Illinois writes, historical event I'd like to be present for, tragic maiden voyage from the Titanic. Primarily, I'd want to experience, before the sinking of the ship, the unrivaled excellence and grandeur of the ship and its interior, and I take great interest in the culture and clothing of this particular era, the Edwardian era, that would be. And morbid it may be, I would find it fascinating to observe the gradual panic and change in atmosphere that ensued after the ship struck the iceberg. So John in Illinois checks in. Right, because I believe, and I could be incorrect, but I think initially it wasn't an immediate panic to it, and it sort of just gradually built up in that case. William writes, if given the opportunity to travel back to any significant historical moment, I would observe the Scottish rebellion against the English around the year 1314. I'm particularly interested in experiencing the daily life of that era, as well as witnessing the Battle of Bannockburn firsthand. This battle is notable for the Scottish forces being significantly outnumbered, yet sustaining minimal casualties. I would be keen to understand the tactics employed during this pivotal historical event, how they contributed to the outcome. Take care from William. William, thanks for writing in and for your response. Yeah, and I know people have mentioned this, but I do think, despite, the language barriers and the cultural differences over all those years, I think witnessing that event, it would be one of those cases where I think the situation would indeed speak for itself, and you would be able to observe it and know what's going on without much difficulty, I feel anyway. And Paul, in Cincinnati, Ohio, 2 events. One, of course, the construction of the pyramids, but the second one that you wrote, since a child, I was always fascinated by the function and objectives of the Italian mob and organized crime syndicates. How does one put all social and legal norms to the side and use all forms of human manipulation to gain financial and extensive control over industry and politics? So one major person of interest to me is Al Capone. Love to go back in time and sit in on just the daily operations and planning between him and his close inner circle and the circumstances around the infamous St. Valentine's Day massacre, just to see Al Capone in his own element and witness the full story for myself. Love the show and look forward to hearing all of the events that are discussed. Paul in Cincinnati, Ohio, checking in. Thanks, Paul. It's always good to hear from you. I know you tune in on the Shortwave, too, so I appreciate your reception reports. And fascinating, to be able to see the mob essentially at their peak, with some of the most famous or perhaps infamous members thereof going about their business, and just to see how things operated on a procedural level, which I would have to wager must have been very smooth, if I had to take a guess. I bet they ran a very tight ship. Eric from Menasha, Wisconsin, formerly of Winter Park, Florida. You say, if you remember me. I do remember you, Eric. Fear not. You write, if I could go back in time to observe any moment in history, I think I'd go back and watch Quentin Tarantino direct one of his earlier movies. Jackie Brown is my favorite of his, and I think I'd like to just observe a day of filming that movie. Quentin had directed 2 movies at that point. I think he really found his groove during this time. His movies mean a lot to me, and I think seeing him work would make me appreciate them even more. Thanks, Eric. It's good to hear from you, and I think that's a good event to witness right there. Be able to see one of your favorite directors there, in his element, doing what he does best. Jeannie in Harmony, Pennsylvania writes, as for the historical question, I think I'll let others tackle it for the most part. I don't know whether to pick a happy or sad event, and then my mind sort of exploded. I was thinking of being in the room when U.S. President Harry Truman decided to drop the atomic bomb, and then I ended up switching to being in the NASA Space Center when we landed on the moon. And that's when the mind disassembly happened. I wish all the other listeners good luck. Well, thank you, Eugenie in Harmony, Pennsylvania, and nevertheless, I think you picked 2 good choices either way. Much appreciated, and thank you again for your regular listenership as well as your support of the broadcast. It really does help a lot. This listener checks in, if I could go back in time to witness any event, I would choose to watch Louis Wayne create his famous cat paintings, specifically the ones of cats acting like humans. I love cats, and I'm very fond of how he portrayed them as innocent and occasionally mischievous like little kids. It'd be magical to see his portrayals from start to finish. I know this might be a bit boring compared to other answers, but I'm interested in the grittier parts of human history. The issue is that I already know that what I'd see would only scare me, since I wouldn't be able to help regardless of whether I was visible or not. This is my first time responding to the question on the podcast, and I'm a bit nervous sending this in. If I'm doing this correctly, I'd like to add, I really enjoy your content. Your podcast keeps me company on my loneliest days. I adore the personality you display on your channels. Thanks for reading. And thank you for your email and submission, and I am happy to say that everything worked out very smoothly. No issues whatsoever there. So no need to be nervous or apprehensive, but I get it, though. I completely understand. And if it makes you feel any better, as the host and creator of this program, even though I've been here at the microphone doing this show on YouTube now for over 11 years, and on the shortwave for a decade, if you would believe it, I still get apprehensive and nervous from time to time. Like when I was actually submitting the idea for this question in the previous broadcast, I myself was nervous and apprehensive, and there was a big part of me saying this is a horrible question and a terrible idea, and it's just ridiculous, and I'm just a fool sitting here asking a stupid question. So I felt nervous too, and there was a part of me internally saying, just call it off and just don't do it. And so if it makes you feel any better, I understand it, and I still deal with that right here, right now, at the microphone. As the host and creator of all of this, I deal with the same thing. Like I said, I know that might not be much, but just know that I understand where you're coming from, and I get it. I completely understand it. But it was a great email, and very nicely done. Alec writes, I would like to see the eruption of Krakatoa in 1883 because it's one of the most impressive geological events in human history, and those that witnessed it either did not survive, and it was so remote and rare few people understood or could articulate what happened. It would be either that or the eruption of Tambora in 1815 for the same reasons. Thanks from Alec. Alec, thanks for checking in, and similarly, as I said previously, I thank you as well for your regular shortwave listenership and support of the broadcasts. And, absolutely, especially some of those extreme volcanic eruptions that occurred either unwitnessed completely, or anyone that actually saw it sure wasn't living to tell the tale. So to be able to witness these events, knowing that you're safe, being able to just see it as it happened without that fear of having to worry about anything, absolutely, it would be such a unique opportunity. So it makes total sense to me to be able to witness that and be totally unscathed. Good response there. Eduardo checks in. He says, Hi John, I listen to your shows either Saturday morning or Monday morning on 4840 AM. If I cannot make changes, I would like to see Jesus performing any of his miracles. And you say if I could make changes, I would have attempted to save my mother's life. It's understandable, Eduardo, and I appreciate your honest and candid response, and certainly understandable. I think if we could make changes, I think there's a lot of events, that we wish we could have gone back and done differently. And, you sort of think, if only I could have, right? If only. That was a touching one. Eduardo, thanks for checking in, and I'm sorry for your loss. I'm sure it's one of those things that I'm sure you've heard that said from many a person, but just know I say that sincerely. Nick from Texas. My educational background is archaeology, specializing in Native American archaeology of the Mississippian period, roughly 800 to 1600 AD. One of the most famous and fascinating archaeological sites in the world is located just east of St. Louis, called Cahokia Mounds. Now, to interject, I might have gotten the name wrong. I'm just going to go with that. But I preface that just by saying that. If I got it wrong, I apologize. At its height, Cahokia would have had approximately 20,000 people living there, and artifacts associated with the site have been found as far as Mississippi and Alabama, Oklahoma, and even Wisconsin, leading experts to believe that Cahokia was once the seat of major political and religious power. If that wasn't fascinating enough, Mound 72 at Cahokia will really knock your socks off. Mound 72, compared to the other mounds at Cahokia, is relatively small and unassuming. If it wasn't for the fact that while the other mounds at Cahokia are oriented north-south, Mound 72 is oriented northwest-southeast. Upon excavation, archaeologists discovered a burial where a skeleton was resting on a bed of shell beads arranged in the shape of a hawk, as well as other grave goods, leading experts to believe the person buried there was someone of great importance. Was this person a defied religious figure? An influential political figure? Perhaps both? I'd love to be a fly on the wall and find out. Nick from Texas checking in. I appreciate your background and all that you do, and a fascinating response as well. Yeah, I could definitely see the appeal there to be able to go back, because obviously, self-explanatory, something was special about the individual there, and obviously someone in a position of some prominence. So, to be able to go back and then definitively try to figure out, okay, who was this person, and what was their position in society? Like you said, were they some sort of, tribal leader? Were they the person in charge? Were they a religious figure? Right, what exactly was the significance of this person? Would be fascinating to discern what was what, and also be able to go back, see the culture, and just how different it was, too. Another Titanic-themed response, though this listener elaborates, well, why? Why would I like to go back and see the Titanic hit the iceberg and sink? I think it would be interesting to watch the events that happened right after she struck the iceberg. What was going on inside the ship exactly at that moment? What were people thinking, and in what way did the ship sink? Did she split into two pieces and then sink, or go down whole, and then split in two as she sunk? It's one of those parts of history that's a bit blurred, and we never know exactly what happened that night. So thank you for checking in. I appreciate the clarification, explaining the why behind it. And on to the next. As a history buff myself, I found this question very hard to answer. There are so many different time periods that I'm interested in, it's hard to choose just one. But I would probably go back to April 9th, 1865. On that day, General Robert E. Lee surrendered his Confederate Army to Union General Ulysses S. Grant at Appomattox Courthouse in Virginia, marking an end to the American Civil War. I would like to see this happen because even though the South started the Civil War, with the North plunging the country into chaos, General Grant still gave generous surrender terms and let the Confederate Army return home on parole and let them keep their belongings. General Grant also did not allow extreme taunting and celebrating by the Union Army. This is an extreme act of humility General Grant showed his fellow countrymen. To let men that killed their own countrymen off with little consequences is almost bewildering to me, but I'm sure General Grant had his reasons. I've always been interested in Civil War history, and this is sure an event I would like to witness. I recommend reading James McPherson's book, The Battle Cry of Freedom, and I think it's an excellent read for someone who wants to learn what set off the war itself, and Reconstruction, the post-Civil War era. Thanks for the question. Enjoyed pondering this one. Well, thank you for checking in. Yeah, Civil War history, that interests me as well. Especially of course, the conclusion of the Civil War, but also, the Reconstruction era, likewise. And I think that's something that doesn't get a lot of coverage at all, but people forget just what a mess the whole Reconstruction era was as well. Tommy writes in, as an Englishman, I thought about going and seeing England win the World Cup in 1966, or maybe go back and see why people built Stonehenge. But I think in the world we live in now, to go to London on November 11th, 1918, and see the celebrations to mark the end of World War I at 11 a.m. would be a joyful and sombering experience. Back in the day when people lived in the moment instead of being on their phone, they would embrace family and loved ones and celebrate with each other. Everyone would just be happy to be alive. I think the kindness and empathy on display at a time like that would be unbelievably heartwarming. Hope that's a good enough answer. Keep up the good work. Thanks from Tommy. Tommy, I thank you sincerely for your answer. A good enough one it most definitely is, and it's much appreciated. We hear from Jeff, who writes, I'd love to be able to witness the time period that George Washington first became President of the United States. So many of his decisions have affected the presidency to this day, and it would be fascinating, from Jeff. Jeff, thank you for checking in, and much appreciated. Your response is certainly one of the most iconic, if not the most iconic, president in American history. Be able to go back and see how it was. Brian in Carroll County, Maryland, writes, I'm not sure if this is cheating since it's such a long observation period, but I'd love to observe the life of Jesus. Considering this is an approximate 30-year time period, that may be too long of a time frame to observe, so if required, I'd limit it down to observing his resurrection. Ideally, I'd love to observe his life, determine how much of what is claimed about him is true. I am a firm believer that most of what has been written about him has been greatly exaggerated for the legend or outright fabricated. So to be able to actually observe the events of Jesus' life and know for sure what was real or not would allow me to know once and for all if Christianity, and by proxy probably other religions, are likely true or false. As I think about it, one of my reasons for choosing this time to observe is to finally determine the Gnostic versus agnostic debate entirely, but unless I can bring back proof of something, there's no way I would be able to convince anyone that I knew the truth, and that would be pretty maddening. But to be able to invalidate Christianity and potentially other religions would have an incredible impact on the world, positive and negative, but I think it would be a net positive to know the truth about Christianity and any other religions. So Brian in Carroll County, Maryland, I could assure you, Brian, your response definitely stirred up the pot right there, but that's why I gave that disclaimer at the beginning. If folks don't like to hear it, you've been warned. But I certainly understand why, to be able to go back and, see it with your own eyes and see what's what, if everything written in the Bible is indeed exactly as written, or if, as you mentioned, were there any discrepancies, and if so, what were they? You also included a few questions, and I'll answer them for you. You say, I notice you sometimes have a collection of woodwick candles in your YouTube videos. Do you just like the candles? You say, I love the crackling wick on those. Or do you have a sponsorship with them? No, I don't have a if you'd believe it, with the YouTube channel, the main one, I don't have a sponsorship with anyone for anything. No sponsorships at all. Nothing in any of the videos is sponsored. The only money I even make off the channel is through the ad revenue, and then through, of course, listener and viewer donations on the Patreon, really, and, a couple bucks from the Teespring, but that's really not much, and that's about it. But no sponsorships. Now, granted, I don't really get contacted for sponsorships either, and it might sound funny to you. You might say, yeah, but with the sort of views you get on the YouTube, surely you must, but I really don't at all. And I think it's because a lot of potential prospective sponsors are they get a little scared because I sort of have a reputation for just speaking my mind about things, and, if something's good, it's good, and if it's bad, it's bad, and, I'm not really just going to sit there and suck up to something just for a couple bucks. So I think a lot of them just avoid me for that reason alone, which is perfectly understandable. But no, it's no sponsorship. The woodwick candles are just there because I like them, and I've really been into woodwick candles for maybe the last year or so. Initially, I got this one woodwick candle as like a maybe it was a sample, or maybe it was just it came with like a coupon of sorts. Because I think I was getting something from Yankee Candle, and then... Anyway, it was this tiny little woodwick candle. The thing was so small, and... I forget... I think it was like a blackberry scent or something. And I've heard of them, but now that I actually had one in my possession, I thought, well, let me light this up and see how it is. And immediately, I fell in love with the things. I was amazed at the crackling and the flame and the scent, and it was everything about them is excellent, in my opinion. I was hooked after that, and I said, all right, you know what, I'm going to get more of these woodwick candles. So I did. I got more of them, and then I got more after that, and then I got some more after that, and then I got some more after that, and now I have a whole cabinet with woodwick candles, stacked up on each other, and I think I might be going a bit overboard, but I can't help it. I like the things, and I make good use of them. I burn them very regularly, and I think they're excellent candles, regardless of the size, be that the real big ones, the small ones, the trilogy ones. They're all great. Right, not only do they have a nice crackling sound, which is very pleasant to the ear, it is soothing, it is relaxing, they burn excellently, they provide a bright flame, they burn evenly, there is no tunneling in them whatsoever, they all provide a lovely aroma wherein the scents are perfectly balanced out and aren't overwhelming. My head is actually a bit sensitive sometimes to strong scents, and I can be more susceptible to headaches and migraines than most. They don't bother me one single bit. Even if they have a little bit of like a smokiness to them, it's not to any detraction. It actually complements everything. And they're just perfect. They are perfect candles, in my opinion, so that's why I keep getting them, because I keep burning them and using them and utilizing them. Last night, for instance, I actually was burning one. I was burning the, it was a trilogy woodwick candle, and I think the top scent, I think it was called Coastal Sunset. I was just looking for something a little, I was feeling in like a fruity, tropical mood, so I lit that one. Excellent. And I think the night before that, I was burning this one called Phantom Cherry, which is another good scent. I think that name is sort of self-explanatory. Cherry scented. There's a lot of great scents out there. There is this one that I'm just starting to work my way down. The trilogy scents are like they have 3 different layers of the wax with 3 different scents, and then they all sort of blend and meld together, and it's real nice. And there is this one that I think the top scent was like elderberry bourbon, I believe. And then the second scent, I think, is called Humidor, which just has like this... It's got a smoky scent to it, but it's done so well. And then the bottom scent, which I finally reached, is called Fraser Fir, which, it's like almost a Christmas tree in a sense. Very appropriate for winter. And anyway, I could go on and on about these candles. I don't want to make this the candle show. We're talking about historical events here. But no, there's no sponsorship. I just get them because I like them, and that's really all there is to it. And you also asked, have you ever thought about running the podcast similar to the Shortwave with news analysis? No, I prefer to keep those two distinctly separate, for good reason. One reason why I also like doing the news on the Shortwave is to genuinely inform listeners out there that actually still depend on Shortwave for news and information. And I know for sure there are folks that listen to my broadcasts that do, because I've gotten notes from listeners who are either in developing countries and have very spotty internet access. There are people in North America who have wrote in. They say, look, I'm going off the grid, or I am off the grid, and I just happen to stop in town, and I really just listen to the radio and listen to your broadcasts, and, I get my updates on what's going on in the world through them. And the broadcasts reach parts of the world, again, where internet connectivity is still very low. So there are at least numerous listeners out there, probably many more that have no way of writing in, that actually do tune into the broadcasts for the news. As a result, being able to do it on the shortwave, number one, I'm able to freely discuss the stories and share my own opinion and analysis thereafter with no consequence whatsoever, and that's very liberating. But number two, on the shortwave, it's also done, again, to genuinely inform an audience that tunes in with total seriousness in order to get the news of the day. If I just did it on the podcast, it would be purposeless, because it's already going out to an audience in a very media-rich environment, so you could just get your news from a million other sources with total ease, and it defeats the whole purpose behind it. I especially do it on the shortwave because it's especially for folks that really haven't much of an alternative, and because I hear firsthand from listeners who eventually, when they get the opportunity, sometimes rarely, it manifests itself maybe every once in a while, if at all, they let me know how much it's appreciated, and that, alone gives me the motivation. For instance, there was a time heard from some aid worker down in Haiti who said, look, down here, things are really bad. A lot of the area, because of the conflict that's going on and everything, doesn't even have much internet whatsoever, and most of the local media is just completely down, and, there's not much in the way of what's going on, but I tune into your broadcasts on the shortwave to know what's going on, and was saying, look, I really appreciate that you actually discussed the situation here in Haiti, and it actually matches up with what I see with my own eyes as well. And it's emails like that come in, again, from listeners that many will never have the opportunity to write in, but those that do, it's just very telling of the actual impact, and it gives me all the more motivation, to get here to the microphone and talk about things. There's that incentive to do it on the air. There really isn't any incentive to do it on the podcast, because, again, you can just get your news of the day from anywhere else. Get it from... just go to Google News and look through the headlines there, or go to the AP or the Reuters, or if you want, you can go to Fox News, or go to CNN, or the BBC, or MSNBC, or Politico, or, whatever. Wherever you want to get your news from. RT, if you want. And, you can just do it instantly. You don't need me to do that. So there's just I don't see a point, if that makes any sense. Brian, Carroll County, Maryland, checking in. Few questions and historical event observation. Now this listener writes, and just understand, when I go through these emails, I read them in the order that comes in, so this isn't even being done intentionally. Just understand that. In response to your question, if I could go back in time in the history of our Earth, the most amazing thing I would like to witness is the days of Jesus Christ when he walked the earth and spread the gospel. But I guess more specifically, I would love to see the event recorded in the Bible when the girl with the alabaster jar of oil approached him, poured it on his feet, and got reprimanded by other people nearby, because the oil that she poured out was a waste, as it was very, very expensive, and people thought that she was too much of a sinner to approach Jesus. In response, he rebuked them and welcomed her. He said that her past was irrelevant now that she changed her heart, and that change of a person's heart, a return from being lost, was far more valuable than any worldly cost. Yes, definitely the particular event I would so love to go back in time and witness. And the reason is because of how I personally relate to her story. There are so many events in our history that would be amazing to go back and witness, and I know this one is comparably a small piece, But sometimes those little pieces are important to pay attention in order to understand the big picture. Very well said, and thank you for your submission there and for your kind words as well. It's great to hear from you and much appreciated. This listener writes, I love the history of the Wild West in its golden age of bandits and gangs. I want to see the gunfight at the OK Corral and see Wyatt Earp in action. Based on the movie Tombstone, it's loosely accurate to the real event. Gunslingers and authority didn't take time to have a draw and do it in the gentlemanly way. They shot each other at their most vulnerable moments. Cowboys didn't have swinging bar doors and wore their guns very high on their hips, or they had a pistol pouch sewn into the inside of their coat. Wyatt Earp, as I hear it, had a silk pistol pouch for a smoother draw. I would also settle for watching the real Billy the Kid take one of his known photos that was taken outside of Fort Sumner. I bet he talked some after waiting very still for his photo. There are only 2 or 3 in the world of him, because Billy the Kid was a very common nickname, and historians find trouble coming across the right kid. I could be of the witness accounts of the real guy, maybe even smell him. Thank you for writing in. Much appreciated your responses to go back to the days of the Old West there and see how it was. Matt from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania would like to see the resurrection of Jesus Christ. It's the proof of divine intervention and our Savior overcoming his own death. It would be beautiful, and I couldn't imagine the awe I would feel. Matthew, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, thanks for checking in. Lyubomir checks in, writing, I'd love to see how classic bands made their music, for instance, Queen or Judas Priest. Imagine watching the making of their songs and rehearsals, and how the songs evolve and then get recorded in the studio, how the band members discuss or argue, but it all comes together in the end. Hearing all the iterations and previous versions of a song before the final variant. However, being a fly on just one wall wouldn't be the best option. It would be better to be a fly on one of the band members' shoulders and watch wherever he goes, and also be able to watch for a long enough time, because songs can take weeks and months, and I'd like to fast forward through the boring parts where they're asleep at night. If I was to be a bit cheeky about the rules, I'd say I want to see the filming of the moon landing, because you said it's exclusive to Earth, and that way my wish would end this conspiracy theory. If I could see it, then it's fake, and if I don't, it's real. I find this exploit of the rules very amusing. No, it's honestly, it's a fair point. Fair point. Obviously, if you wanted to do that and nothing happens, you've got your answer. Or if you go into some film studio, then you're going to be thinking, well, now I have a lot more questions than answers at this point. Thanks for checking in. This listener writes, in reference to your question, I would probably go back to the dinosaur times, especially whenever the T-Rex was stomping around. Would have been amazing to see real dinosaurs doing their thing. I don't think I'd choose anything modern, especially after motion pictures, because with more modern events, you could basically already go back and witness these events via motion pictures. Aaron writes, after some thought, I'd like to go back and witness one of Wittgenstein's Cambridge lectures in the 1930s. Wittgenstein was a 20th century Austrian philosopher. Personally, I think it would be fascinating to see him lecturing in person. There are no recordings, audio or visual, of him, so we only know of his strong, unique personality from his writing and from second-hand accounts. Also, in the 1930s, it was when he was getting his thinking straight, thinking that would eventually become of the philosophical investigations. He apparently developed his ideas right in front of his audience, going down alleys that proved dead ends, then backtracking, thinking his way through problems. Anyway, I'm looking forward to hearing the variety of answers on the next show. Best wishes from Aaron. Aaron, thank you for your unique response there. Much appreciated. Trying to get to as many of these responses as possible. I'm sure you can see as a listener how many have come in, and certainly getting to as many as I said I can. David checks in. I'm sure you're aware of the strange case of D.B. Cooper. In 1971, Cooper hijacked a Northwest Airlines flight and received $200,000, worth approximately $1.5 million today, in cash, before parachuting away into the night somewhere over Washington state. To this day, Cooper has never been identified, and various theories exist about his whereabouts, identity, and fate. Debate rages about whether he could have possibly survived his daring escape. Maybe he just hit the ground and perished from his injuries. Maybe he stuck the landing but subsequently died, lost in the pitch-black night with his newfound riches. While witnessing Cooper's hijacking probably wouldn't shed much light on his identity, I think that would be interesting on its own. The account of how he interacted politely with the flight attendants is pretty bizarre, but more importantly, if we imagine we could go back in time and witness not just the hijacking, but also his descent from the plane, I think I would very much like to know whether he lived or died. If I could go back in time and accompany him on his trip from the plane into the ground, that at least would satisfy some of my curiosity. The problem, of course, is that I'm terrified of heights, and even if I was fully assured of my safety during the jump, I would have to try my hardest not to pass out and miss the whole thing. Thanks again for putting on this show. So thank you, David, for checking in. And no, you would be completely and totally safe. No worries there. D.B. Cooper, good choice. And I've gone down that rabbit hole a number of times myself, and certainly is fascinating. And yeah, that's the big mystery, right? Whether or not he actually survived that initial jump. And who's to say, for sure? There's theories, right, that have validity, one way or the other, but no definitive answers either way. I think the only, and I might be mistaken, maybe there were updates since then, but I think the only evidence that ever emerged subsequently was, I think some kid, right, years later, was doing like a little beach combing or something on one of the rivers there and came across some of the money from the hijacking, but that was it. It would be fascinating, and I think, at the very least, being able to accompany him down, it might solve the whole thing, or, that would be provided if he died, or if he actually made it down successfully, it would certainly lead to plenty of questions, but you would also be able to now discount the entire theory saying that he died and perished and that was that. And it would open up more questions, but at the same time it would provide many an answer as well. So that's a good one. I'm going to take a sip of water here. Halston writes, I'd pick the Crusades between 1096 and 1291. For anyone wondering exactly what those were, the Crusades were fought between Christians and Muslims for control of the Holy Land, which included Jerusalem. It set the stage for the European expansion in the 15th and 16th centuries, and along with it contributed to the heightened tensions in the Middle East that can still be felt to this day. On the other side of it, Europeans were introduced to a lot of new foods, textiles, and paper making. I picked this time period because I think there would be a lot of alternative motives behind all the violence, that certain parties benefited from it. I want to see the actions taken during this time and reasons for such actions. Thanks for taking the time to read this, and thank you, Halston, for checking in. Yeah, the Crusades, of which there were many. Thank you for your response. Scott writes, To be honest, I'm much more interested in going in the future, and looking at its possibilities than the past. So I don't really have a great answer, but if I had to pick, maybe something like watching the Earth form into what it has been over time, sort of like a very long time lapse, as I see Pangea split and all that good stuff. It would be an epic thing to witness. Other than that, maybe I could figure out some famous mysteries like the JonBenet Ramsey or who the Zodiac Killer is. Thanks for still doing your show and being true to yourself. Sincerely, Scott. Scott, thanks for writing in. I appreciate your honest answer, by the way, that you'd rather go forward than backward. Understandably so. This listener writes, I know it's dark, but I'd like to see London's Shoreditch neighbourhood in 1666 at the height of the plague. I'm sort of obsessed with Defoe's Journal of the Plague Year, and I'd love to see it firsthand. Many of the neighbourhoods and landmarks he describes are still identifiable in present-day London, and I visited London looking at those places. So thank you for your response. Isn't that amazing how, after so many years, so many of those locations and the landmarks written about all the way back then still exist to this day, and you could actually physically put yourself there, and you could see how much has changed and how little has changed. And then, of course, right, if you had the ability to go back, you would be safe. You wouldn't have to worry about, getting any sort of disease or anything like that. So, it's understandable. CV writes, I wanted to write in about where and when I would visit, but it was so specific and niche a historical event that going into the specifics would become tedious for you to read and write, and for me to write out. I'll simply say I'd like to go back to the evening of January 31st, 1918, at the Isle of May, to witness the most absurd, quote, battle, unquote, in naval history, in which several British submarines literally crashed into each other, sinking several due to incompetence and the poor craftsmanship of the submarines. Now, the real reason for my email, a while ago you used to play viewer audio files so that they could read you their mail in their voice. Now, this isn't some request to bring this back or asking why it was taken away. I know when someone else asked why this was cut, you said it was because of people complaining about the changes of voice and pitch, waking them up while they listened to the podcast to fall asleep. I just wanted to say that while I have limited experience in making long-form audio content, I could imagine someone sleeping to something that must be so tedious to edit, and then complaining that they're having trouble sleeping to it must have been insulting. Oh, finally, someone actually gets it. CV. I appreciate that. I really do. You actually get it. You said it. I couldn't have said it better myself. It is insulting, really. All this transpired years ago, so I wouldn't be surprised if any and all disdain you may have felt has faded. But I always carry slights against me for years after they happen. Admittedly, it's something I should work on, but I wanted to say sorry that you had to cut that aspect of your podcasts. Anyway, I enjoy the podcast with or without them, and hope you have a nice day from CV. Thank you. And really, thank you. You understand that you understand it very well. Not just, of course, the reason why, but the feeling and sort of resentment I had to that sentiment. And it really was insulting in a way, because it's like, you have to understand, when I do this show, right, I can't force whoever listens to this to have to do a certain thing and be there on the edge of your seat and strictly pay attention or any of that, right? You have, as a listener, the complete freedom to do whatever you'd like, and I know there's a good percent of people that would prefer to snooze off while listening to this. There's people sleeping right now, and maybe I'm infiltrating your dreams. And yeah, see, and they didn't even catch that either because they're asleep, so they don't even know. They don't even know I'm talking about that right now. Maybe I'm actually having an effect on their dreams right now, and little do they know. But anyway, it's like, yeah, there's plenty of people sleeping to this right now. It's like, I don't really care, right? I'm not doing this show, though, to be a sleep aid, and as a result, if someone wishes to use the program in order for it to be a sleep aid, number one, I've no strict objection against that. If it helps someone sleep, it helps someone sleep. End of story. But as I said, it's under the strict understanding that that's not why I do this show. If someone is able to get that effect out of it, I sort of look at it and I think, well, good for them. That's great. I do this program in order to give people something to listen to. And granted, it's a lot of work as far as editing is concerned, but also recording. And it's only gotten more tiresome and tedious over the years as my energy and health isn't as good as it used to be, which just is what it is. I can't control that. And it's one thing, if I did this with the explicit purpose of it being a show to go to sleep to, and I would understand the grievances, and I would view it as perfectly legitimate. But no, it's just the attitude that people had when it's like they treat an inadvertent effect that they themselves get from the show as being the sole reason why I do this show. They conflate that selfishly. They think, well, I'm able to sleep to it, so you're going to keep making those shows so I can keep getting the sleep. It's like, think about how selfish a thing that is, right? You're experiencing an inadvertent benefit, and then you're sitting here so arrogantly treating it like this is the sole reason why I get behind the microphone to do this. It is insulting. It really is. Like I said, it's not... What isn't insulting is the fact that people sleep to the show. That doesn't bother me any. If someone sleeps to it, they sleep to it. It's when they sleep to it, but then again, they have that... It's the attitude that comes with it. They act like, hey, you're ruining my sleep. It's like, look, I don't make this for you to sleep to, so deal with it. If you fall asleep, then great, but don't sit here and have the expectation that this is just going to be an extended lullaby. And if it ends up being that way, I don't care, it's fine. But to sit there and then be upset if it's not is, where that insulting sort of feeling comes from. Really was, though. It was a shame because I was genuinely hurt by it. It was like that was an aspect of the show that I really enjoyed. And so many of the folks back then, which, most of them don't listen anymore, so I could sort of speak freely, were so unappreciative of it and had so little understanding. It was hurtful. It was like, wow, I was really doing what I enjoyed doing here, and this is the thanks that I get for it. It was like, wow, what am I even doing? Why? And this was, mind you, back then, this is like 2019 or so, I did the shows way more frequently. I was doing them on a weekly basis. It was a lot more work that went into it, and I had strict deadlines that I was doing, and, I was dropping everything to do this, and it's like, wow. So I'm doing all of this just to waste my time, and it hurt, it really did. So, I look back at it and I say, hell with it. I'm just going to do my thing at this point, but some of that contempt, it still does linger, but the past is the past, and I understand that. I don't hold contempt to anyone in the present, but just, I guess, to that situation. And it's just, when it's like it's something, the feeling, it's like when it's something that you really enjoyed, but it just doesn't go your way, and it's like, it's just a shame. Oh well, what can you do? We've got a response coming in from Brant in Neil Gap, Georgia, who lists off a bunch of things he'd like to see. I would like to have been at Gettysburg on day 3. listening to the conversations between General Lee and General Longstreet, as well as the conversations of the soldiers who were about to be part of Pickett's charge. I would have liked to have been present for the construction of the Great Pyramid of Giza and witness other ancient sites. I would have liked to have witnessed the Empire of Tartaria in all its glory. I would have liked to anonymously hike along with Earl Schaefer on his historic first ever through hike of the Appalachian Trail. Would have liked to have been present at the Dyatlov Pass just to know what really happened. And I would consider it a great lifetime achievement had I been present when Review Bra declared that he doesn't care if we dip our Oreos in chicken noodle soup or Mountain Dew. Thanks for being the great friend I'll probably never meet. Well, Brent, in Neil Gap, Georgia, you're too kind, and it's much appreciated, and I like your selection, by the way, of all the various events that you would have liked to have gone back to witness. I think that's a great variety there. Thanks for taking the time to send that my way. We hear next from, an anonymous listener who writes the following. Choosing a specific historical event to witness in the flesh could occupy hours and hours of deliberation, but once my choice popped into my head, I knew there was no possible alternative. For me, it would be witnessing the crucifixion of Jesus. It would be the most life-changing, soul-stirring moment an individual could experience, most certainly for anyone with a profound interest in biblical study. Even if a person has no religious background or belief in the divine, there exists too many historical accounts and material evidence to deny the reality that Jesus Christ did in fact live during the 1st century and was tried and convicted in Jerusalem. Accounts such as that of Tacitus, the Babylonian Talmud, and archaeological discoveries, like the Caiaphas ossuary, provide substantial support to the records of both Roman crucifixion practices as well as the death and subsequent burial of Jesus himself. Whether you believe Jesus was the Son of God or not, I doubt anyone would be willing to resist the opportunity to observe what could easily be the most significant public execution in human history. Consider for a moment the consequences of this one event: the formation of the Catholic Church, the spread of Christian principles and ideals across all of Europe, the Crusades, the Great Schism, the separation of the Church of England from the rest of Europe, the colonization of North America in pursuit of religious freedom, and of course the plethora of brilliant works of art, including paintings, sculpture, literature, and music, all directly influenced by the death of this one figure on this one particular day in Judea. To observe a cultural Big Bang like this with your own eyes, knowing precisely what a tremendous impact it will have on humankind and the course of global history, would put into perspective just how revolutionary a moment, as ostensibly insignificant as a birth, death, or indictment can be on a long-term basis. For the crowd of onlookers gathered at Golgotha that day, it was merely another Friday, and in front of them 3 ordinary enemies of the Roman Empire, sentenced to death like countless others before them. Even those that truly believed in Jesus' title as the Messiah could not have possibly guessed what a monumental transformation the world would undergo after that point in time. For someone who does come from a religious background like myself, however, being able to witness this event would undoubtedly change me as a person forever. To truly feel and experience in person the full extent of the passion, and know that such a sacrifice had been done, not just for the souls of innumerable sinners, but for me personally, I can't even fathom how emotionally moved I would be. Still, even though I know for sure I'd be a sobbing, writhing mess of spiritual sentiment, I would know in the back of my mind that this is not a loss but a triumph. I'd be bearing witness to mankind's salvation, as well as the dawn of a new beginning for the development of human morality and ingenuity. and then to see for myself the incredible earthquake that splits the rock, breaks open the tombs, tears the temple curtain in two, I would be reminded exactly where man stands in the division between heaven and earth. I'd know how small and ineffectual I am, but also how loved I am. Continuing briefly from my main response, I think it'd be interesting to note that during my consideration of the original prompt for this, I noticed a glaring similarity between all of my choices for which events I would like to revisit. Before settling on the crucifixion, my initial selections were the assassination of Julius Caesar, the execution of King Louis XVI, and of course the Kennedy assassination. To my surprise, all of my choices consisted of noteworthy murders or executions that caused a great wave in the tide of world history. I have to wonder what this says about myself, as well as many others who, I'm certain, would be equally interested in gaining an eyewitness perspective on such consequential incidents. Why are we so captivated by the deaths of famous figures? Jesus, Caesar, Kennedy? What difference does it make if we see their gruesome murders or simply read about them? Is it purely morbid curiosity? Or do we believe that seeing history play out in front of our own eyes would allow us to grasp the true weight of who we are, where we came from, and the world we now find ourselves living in? I mean, sure, we all know we'd like to go and see exactly who did the shooting in the case of Kennedy, but it's still intriguing how fascinated we are seeing people die. No matter how far we've come as a civilization, we still find ourselves captivated by our own mortality. Thanks for glancing through this lengthy response. Thank you for continuing to grace our ears with the podcast and radio broadcasts. I'll keep listening as long as you keep posting. Thank you for your response, by the way, and taking the time to write all that out. It's much appreciated, and I do appreciate the perspective that you included, as far as being able to witness, the crucifixion of Jesus Christ and sort of the context you put into it, both from, of course, the Christian standpoint, but as well as just the general standpoint, and the impact, no matter how you actually view the situation, the impact it undeniably had on the world as we see it. And very interesting, thought-provoking thoughts that you added at the end, by the way. Next up, we hear from Jay in Finland, who says, "Before I reveal the event of my choosing, I want to structure this email in a different way. I want you, as the host of this show, and the listeners all over the world, to immerse themselves in a historical event when things just feel right. It doesn't have to be grand or significant. It can be something tied to your hobbies or interests. For example, the release date of a historically significant movie or book. Or maybe the opening day of a fast food chain. It doesn't matter. The only thing that matters is whether that event makes you feel warm and fuzzy. With that in mind, I want you to take a moment and picture such a day, one where everything felt just right. Imagine the atmosphere, the people, and the emotions tied to that event. Let's step into that experience together. Now imagine this. There were people from all backgrounds, rich, poor, of varied ethnicities, people from all around the globe who didn't speak the same language, and so on. All the differences that we have and bicker about every single day didn't matter on that day. How people talked and dressed still feels right to you, and a big part of you wishes that people still presented themselves that way. The culture, whether that be movies, music, books, games, you name it, you wish you were still there to experience it then and there. Even though it was a special day and people were in high spirits, it wasn't just due to the unique nature of that day, but the general mood people had during that time. People didn't stress about trivial things such as money, prestige, fame, perfectionism, titles, or ranks. People seemed content just existing and being themselves. They were more optimistic about the future, and what it might have in store for them. It was a day when like-minded people gathered together to celebrate something special. They knew they were experiencing something remarkable, something they could look back on in their older days, and every single time they think about that day, brings a huge smile to their faces. Maybe a few tears, too. For me, that special day is the release of the PlayStation 2 in the year 2000. You may chuckle a bit when you hear that, but let me explain. Gaming has been one of my major hobbies throughout my life, and it has always been there for me, even when things looked grim. I would say that gaming has changed the course of my life, for the better, of course. I've bonded with many amazing people because we share this hobby, including my girlfriend of 5 years. I visited a multitude of different worlds, experienced storylines that are sometimes better than those found in other mediums, and gaming has also taken my mind away from ongoing affairs when I needed it the most. Even though the release of the PlayStation 2 happened only 25 years ago, times have changed so radically that it feels alien to me at this point. In this ever-increasingly superficial world we now live in, I would do just about anything to get even a glimpse of that bygone era. The magnitude of a historical event in the grand scheme of things doesn't matter. The only thing that matters is how much that event means to you. And the midnight release of that system meant everything to me. Best regards from Jay in Finland. Jay, thank you for writing in, and I think you summed that up so well. You know, because there are so many ways people could obviously write that out. And, so many people would just say, oh, I wish I could go back and see the PS2 come out. And it's like, people would just see that, all right, just some gaming system, okay. Whereas the way you explained it, I think just adds so much more depth to it. And certainly the ability to go back, even from a non-gaming standpoint, if offered the opportunity to go back to the early 2000s, right, especially pre-9/11, early 2000s, late 90s, I would be willing to bet that if given the opportunity, there would be a whole lot of people that would be more than happy to come back with you in time and go back to those good days. Thank you, Jay. I really appreciate it, and I understand the sentiment. In many ways, it was a better time. Raven in Mountjoy, Pennsylvania. 2 answers. 1, I would visit a time in my own personal history to be a fly on the wall. It would be one of the last times that I visited my grandma Dottie before she passed away last week. In my grief and pain, I would take comfort in seeing her again. Watching the way that she spoke, the way we interacted, watching the way that she drank her coffee, how she would crumple her napkin in her hands when she would sit at her table, talking to her loved ones. I think that anyone who has lost someone special would agree. To interject, absolutely, the people dearest to us in our lives who have passed on, certainly be able to go back and, capture even just those moments that to many might seem just standard everyday interactions, but to you with, that personal, it would have a special personal significance to it. And those little quirks, so to speak, that to many may even go unnoticed, could mean so much more individually. Very understandable. I'm sorry for your loss, by the way. And secondly, you add, from world history, I would love to see a legendary musical performance. I would love to have seen the band T-Rex at the height of their prowess in the early 70s. Always been one of my favorite groups. Looking forward to hearing other fascinating answers to this great question. Raven, Mountjoy, Pennsylvania, checking in. Thanks, Raven. Nice to have you listening. Chris writes, I would like to go back to London, England, starting in the autumn of 1483, and witness what actually happened to the 12-year-old King Edward V, and his 9-year-old brother Richard. Their notorious uncle, King Richard III, had lodged them in the Tower of London for their own, quote, protection, end quote, following the death of their father, King Edward IV, earlier that year. On his deathbed, Edward IV had named Richard Lord Protector of his beloved boys, and Richard had publicly sworn to serve them. However, shortly thereafter, Richard had the boys declared illegitimate, with little or no evidence, and himself named king. After a few infrequent sightings on the tower grounds and through its windows, the boys were never seen again. Gossip in both high and low quarters quickly spread that Richard had them murdered in their beds. In fact, a century later, 2 small skeletons were discovered in a box under some tower stairs, but there is no proof it was them. Although some very sketchy evidence exists that one or both of them may have escaped the tower, it has long been assumed that Richard is indeed guilty of their deaths. That is what I believe, and that is what I would like to verify by being there. I maintain it still matters. Not only is the crime one of the most cold-blooded, callous, and selfish crimes in recorded history, but I don't believe the wish to see justice done to the memories of 2 blameless little boys should ever be thought outdated. Richard III was hardly a street thug. He was a very rich, well-educated, and intelligent man, very close to the affections of his brother. He obviously knew the difference between right and wrong. Hope the broadcast goes well. Keep up the exemplary work. Chris checking in. I appreciate the background behind that as well. Thank you for sharing that, Chris. It's great to hear from you, by the way. Rich sends in a short response. I would love to observe circa 400,000 BCE to ascertain if the Anunnaki/aliens actually bioengineered their own DNA with primate DNA to construct the species we humans are today. I feel this would answer so many questions, yet pose so many more. By the way, what radio frequencies do I need to receive in the UK to catch your broadcast? Warm regards from Rich. Well, thanks, Rich. I appreciate the feedback, by the way. And to answer your question, the main frequencies I think you'd be able to catch the broadcast on would be 17.810 kilohertz. That would be 17.810 megahertz in the 16-meter band, and the frequency of 4840 kilohertz. That would be 4.840 megahertz in the 60-meter band. That's 60-meter band. The times for those broadcasts would be in UTC on 17.810 kilohertz, Monday at 15:30 UTC, 17.810 kilohertz, and on 4840 kilohertz, Saturday at 7 hours UTC, and Monday 5 hours UTC, both of those times for 4840 kilohertz. And I'll send you more information in writing, as you asked for some specific radio recommendations, of which it will be my pleasure to oblige. James from Los Angeles, California. If I were to go back to any time on planet Earth, I would go back to September 30th, 1995, to see what the McDonald's executives were thinking before they rolled out the first test run of the Arch Deluxe lineup. I want to hear why they thought this would be a good idea to what would eventually cost the company over $300 million and go down as one of the biggest flops in fast food history. I know I can't interfere or prevent this from happening, but I would love to talk some sense into that clown. Roland, Ronnie, R-Dog, take that money and invest in Apple computer stock, for God's sake. Investing in parachute pants would even be better. I want to tell Ronnie what the future of burgers is like. That people would rather have a burger smashed and flattened beyond recognition, and that he would be better off taking that clown shoe and smashing those patties rather than creating that adult burger beauty with a 1/4 pound of thick, juicy beef, that he would be throwing pearls in front of swine, and the world would not be ready for an upscale fast food burger meant for the most sophisticated of clowns. No, I couldn't be there to intervene, but I sure like to hear what they were thinking, or maybe see what they were drinking, when they thought the Arch Deluxe would tantalize the taste buds of 90s America that was riding high during the Clinton years. Cheers. James from Los Angeles, California. That was a good one. James, thanks for checking in. Going back to the glory days right there, 95. And this response takes us back a little earlier than 95, not too long, going back to November 1989. Marley writes, in response to your question, the day in history I would go back to witness is the fall of the Berlin Wall in November 1989. I've always found the Cold War and that time period extremely interesting, specifically the resulting division of Germany into East and West. To give some context to listeners, after World War II, Germany was divided up by the Allied powers into the West, occupied by Britain, France, and the USA, and the East, occupied by the Soviet Union. Berlin, specifically, was split right down the middle into 2 zones of occupation, which were East Berlin and West Berlin. Family and friends were separated for decades as 2 distinct identities formed, and travel between the 2 zones was impossible and punishable by death for East Germans. As time went on and conditions in communist East Berlin worsened, protests increased, calling for German reunification. The day the wall fell and the division ended was described as the happiest day of some people's lives, and I think it would have been amazing to witness and experience that energy and community. As someone who was born after the Berlin Wall fell, it's odd to think of Germany as being divided. From what I've researched, most people didn't think it would ever happen. Maybe this isn't a perfect comparison, but the only obvious situation I could think of today that would be similarly shocking would be if North and South Korea reunited as one country. I've been to Berlin, and I always find it such a fascinating city. Even today you can see the clear differences between East and West Berlin, especially in the architecture. Anyways, that's my answer. All the best from Marley. Marley, thanks for checking in. Yeah, seeing the fall of the Berlin Wall there. And I'm sure what a happy day that must have been for so many people out there. I will say, and I think that is a good comparison, given the differences between North and South Korea, but I can't help but think, if there was any sort of Korean reunification today, I don't know if it would be anywhere near as joyous or as happy as, let's say, the fall of the Berlin Wall and the German reunification would be. Elamine from the Netherlands writes, I hope this email finds you well. Here is my answer, and my boyfriend, though he's not a listener, his answer too. He said he'd like to observe the Iron Age to see how those people lived, their habits, communication with each other, religious practices, food scavenging, hunting, weapons and tools, just how their whole day was, thus how their world worked out, etc. Now, as for me, I had a hard time picking something out, because there were just so many different things and aspects I'd like to see. Maybe the 50s to learn about being a proper housewife. The 70s because it's an important time, due to it being where the parents of my generation came from. The 80s because they were totally bitchin' besides the fear of war and societal collapse. The 90s, because that's when I was born, and lastly the beginning of the 2000s, just to go back to my childhood one more time. I'm in a bit of a hurry writing to you. I'll cut it short now. Wish you a very pleasant day or night. Good luck with the show. Best wishes, Elamine from the Netherlands. Thank you for your answers, and also extend my thanks to your boyfriend as well for his answer as well. Thank you both for checking in and your submission. Much appreciated. John in Western North Carolina writes, I thought the idea of witnessing moments in history was a great one. Hopefully this topic suggestion isn't coming your way too late. Interjecting, it's not. But I've always thought it would be fascinating to witness the 5 major extinction events scientists roundly agree our planet has endured, most notably the one that took out the dinosaurs. Science has come a long way in the last few hundred years, and it would be amazing to see how accurate our ability to decode past events from millions of years ago has become. Many scientists believe we are bearing witness to the 6th major extinction event today, given around 500 vertebrate species having gone extinct in the last 100 years. And you also included, you said the following video by Wired is a great one, and it inspired my idea for this show topic. Okay, let's see. What's the name of this video? I'll shout it out if anyone wants to check it out. Paleontologist answers extinction questions. It's from Wired. That's W-I-R-E-D. Pretty new video, actually, 2 weeks ago. Got about 1 million views. Paleontologist answers extinction questions. So that's what you could search on the YouTube if you want to see it. And you also added on a personal note, I'm so glad a random YouTube selection brought me to the world of Review Bra, and I appreciate your candid discussions about topics such as mental health, anxiety, and sleep disturbances. I'm a father of young children, husband to a great partner, and I've suffered quite a few mental health challenges myself. Most recently, these have been exacerbated by chronic insomnia. I know you've heard this plenty in the past, but your content is such a breath of fresh air. It's relaxing to listen to you, and I love hearing your friendly voice when a new episode drops. Take care, and I hope your 2025 is off to a peaceful and fulfilling start. John in Western North Carolina. John, thanks for writing in, and I really appreciate your kind words. I'm glad that these programs, be that on YouTube, be that on the podcast platforms, on the Shortwave, I'm just glad that they're able to be here for you. And I wish you all the very best, by the way. And I hope that this 2025 is off to essentially as good of a start as it can be on your end. I know life has its trials and challenges and frustrations, but, just keep your head up. Stay true to yourself, and this goes for everyone. Just try, no matter what life or this world has in store for us, try not to lose sight of the people, the things, the places that we hold most dear to us. What gives us that joy, that spark, and that happiness in life. We cannot lose sight of that. Thank you for writing in. Penny checks in and writes, Hope all is well. If I would choose any event in history, I'd be interested to see with my own eyes what life was like for the folks that occupied the tenement buildings in New York City. The tenement buildings were large, multi-story buildings that provided cheap housing for immigrants in the United States during the late 19th and early 20th century. Immigration was at its peak in New York City, primarily due to industrialization, economic opportunities, and political unrest in Europe. The immigrants were mostly Irish, German, Italians, Eastern European Jews, Chinese, Slavs, Greeks, and people from other Eastern European countries. I'd like to witness the daily lives of families who struggled with both hardship and hope within cramped spaces. I'm curious about the rhythms of their days. The early mornings filled with the sounds of footsteps on creaky floors, the scent of their daily meals, prepared by different ethnicities in those small kitchens, the hustle as parents left for long hours of work. I'd be keen to observe how multi-generational families share tight quarters and family dynamics that played out. Grandparents telling stories from the old country, parents juggling responsibilities to provide for their children, and kids finding joy in the simplest things, playing games in narrow hallways or listening to bedtime tales by dim light. Despite the overcrowding and tough conditions, I imagine there was a strong sense of perseverance and resilience, where family bonds grew deeper, traditions were passed down, and every small victory was celebrated together. It would be interesting to learn from this experience. Having visited the Tenement Museum in New York City, I gained a glimpse into the lives of immigrants during this era. However, one would only be able to get a true sense of what life was like back then by actually being there and observing everything firsthand. Thank you, Penny, for your response, a great one at that, and I really like the perspective as well that you offered there. And people will sometimes, I'm sure, just look at it, they'll think the tenement buildings, but you were able to really break things down, I think, and elaborate on all the different aspects behind it. And I think you summed things up very nicely. That's a great response. And I think it would be interesting to observe and sort of see all those dynamics at play. And like you said, you can go to a museum and you could see things, and to an extent see dramatizations or displays, documentaries, etc. But obviously if you had the chance to actually see it with your own two eyes, right, that would be definitive, for lack of a better word. Nothing would be able to replace that. Logan checks in. I'd like to respect everyone's time by jumping right into things. I'd love to see North America before it was exploited by development and greed, which in my mind starts shortly after European settlement. Early on, I believe people were just trying to survive, but they looked at this new land as a resource to be harvested rather than an infinitely complex web of ecosystems to be respected. An example of how North American forests are drastically different than they were only a mere 120 years ago is that of the American chestnut, a tree so prolific that it was said that a squirrel could travel on its branches from Georgia to Maine without ever touching the ground. Though tragedy struck in 1904 when the chestnut blight arrived from infected Chinese chestnut trees intended for agriculture, effectively crippling the American chestnut's population so much that in 40 years they were thought to be extinct. Luckily, they are not, and conservation efforts are being pursued to preserve them, but there are so many stories about North America's imperiled wildlife like this, but without that happy ending. Tall grass prairies are one of the rarest, most endangered ecosystems in the world. Estimates differ of how much original tall grass prairie survives, ranging from less than 1% to 4%, mostly in scattered remnants found in pioneer cemeteries, restoration projects, along highways and railroad right-of-way, and on steep bluffs high above rivers. This is only a select few ways this region is drastically different from its former glory. From 1900 to now, 905 species and counting that were perfectly adapted to play a pivotal role in the health of the ecosystem have gone extinct. The current state of the natural world is in disrepair. I would love to see what this land would have looked like before any major human intervention. Thank you for your time, from Logan. Logan, thanks for checking in. A most understandable response to be able to see, I'm sure, the pristine beauty and magnificence of nature before, of course, development took its turn. Kathy in Paradise, Pennsylvania, writes, "This is a great podcast topic, and I bet there will be plenty of interesting responses." I immediately knew what I was going to pick. In order for everything to line up, the year would be 1933 in New York. Technically, I would prefer the 1920s, but to witness the specific things I want to see, it has to be 1933. And here's my trip. For some reason, I am crazy over the big lighted sign in Times Square that has the little flapper on the swing. The bulbs go on and off, so it makes it look like the swing is moving. It is a Pepsodent advertisement, so that's the first thing I would want to see. Then I'd go up the street several blocks to the Hotel Taft, to the grill where George Hall and the Hotel Taft Orchestra would be playing. Then I would go back down the street and check out the Newsreel Theatre, maybe catch a movie, then go back to the Hotel Taft to spend the night. I'd probably be too excited to sleep. I'd grab my complimentary copy of a classic novel that they supply. How cool is that? And then the next morning after breakfast, head downtown to Radio Row. There's a whole boatload of radio stores lining the street, and many of them have a radio playing that you can hear as you walk down the street. Now, this results in a cacophony of several radio programs playing at once. Fortunately, the whole area was demolished eventually to make way for the World Trade Center. Hey, maybe after that, I would head back uptown to the RCA building and sit in the audience of a live Ipana Troubadours radio program. So thank you for your response, Kathy. And you also included, and it's a publicly available video on YouTube, that actually has some interesting sounds and visuals. It really gives, I think, some excellent perspective as to exactly what you had in mind. It's titled My Virtual Trip Back in Time to New York, in answer to the VORW podcast topic. Link in the description. You could probably find that video just by searching that up, or probably just search up VORW podcast, I would bet. Let me look. On YouTube. And then just click on Filters, Upload Date, and should be one of the first things that comes up if you do that. But anyway, that's just contextually, if you ever want to check that out, just adds a little bit of depth to it. But fascinating, yeah, there would be, and also the golden age of radio, too. Fascinating. How different in some ways New York City was, and how similar in others. We next hear from Carolyn in Quebec City, Canada, who writes, On to the answer to your question. I have a lot to say on the subject. Sorry I couldn't choose one time period. I'll try to be concise, which is not easy for me, but bear with me. First, I'd like to go back to the time of the arrival of Homo sapiens in Europe, and their meeting with the Neanderthals. I would study both groups, what they actually looked like, how they lived, how they interacted, their culture, their social systems, whether patriarchal or matriarchal, etc. Sure, both Neanderthals and early modern humans were far different from how they are depicted in documentaries presently. After that, I would like to solve some of the greatest mysteries of human history once and for all, how Stonehenge and the pyramids were built, whether or not Atlantis existed, if it did, where was it located, how did it disappear, did they actually have advanced technology, were aliens involved in these events, like some believe? What if these so-called aliens were actually humans from the future who found a way to go back in time? I like to reflect on such wild theories. Fast forward to the 17th century, and the early years of a small settlement now known as Quebec City. I would like to see what a city that is so familiar to me looked like in its humble beginnings, and how my French ancestors contributed to build it and other settlements in New France. And finally, I would end my trip through time in 1982, and see myself as a baby. I think it would be fun. I was told many times I was quite the little clown, and how there was never a dull moment with a kid like me. Then I would probably decide to stay in the 80s and relive both the decade and the 1990s. Imagine that. Only good music on the radio, hours and hours of fun listening to the many shortwave stations and the suits, the glorious suits. That's all that I have for you, and I suspect that's quite enough. Can't wait for the next podcast to come out and hear what other listeners came up with. It'll be very interesting, of that I'm sure. All the best, Carolyn in Quebec City, Canada. Thanks, Carolyn. That was a fun email there, and I appreciate your thoughts and feedback, and the fan art as well. Much appreciated, too. I couldn't help but laugh when you mentioned to go back to the 80s and then maybe just stay there. God, that got me. Thank you for sharing that. And yes, back then, the 1980s. I mean, granted, I know this because obviously I'm a time traveler, or maybe I just extensively researched it. But that really was the peak of shortwave broadcasting. Would have been amazing to go back to a time when every single country in the world pretty much had an external service of their own, and it was their voice to the world to share with everyone else, hey, we exist, and this is our culture, this is our music, this is the news of the day in our land, and just sharing the nature of their country with the people who may have that may be the only way to even experience it or even know about it. And there were so many broadcasts like that back then. And just so many great stations, that even if they were just focused more on hard news or talk, I just think that the quality of the reporting and news delivery was so much higher than most anything you see today. For instance, I was looking at some old recordings of the BBC World Service, for instance, some old shortwave recordings of it from, it wasn't even too long ago, it was from the 90s, the mid-90s. And just the quality of everything, it's very easy to listen to those old recordings and understand why, pretty much by everyone, apolitically speaking, everyone regarded the BBC World Service at that time as one of the most respected broadcasters in the whole entire world. Their quality and delivery at that time was practically unparalleled. And, even to this day, there are still broadcasters out there that have a cultural emphasis, on the country and still serve as an external service of sorts. One of the easiest you can hear in North America is Radio Romania International, for instance. They, in this day and age, really put Romania on the map for me. And there's so much I learned about Romania through listening to their broadcasts that there is no way I would have known any of this stuff otherwise. And it's like, sure, you've got the internet, but it's stuff wherein the thought to even research such subject matter wouldn't even enter my mind, because I would never have known about it in the first place. So, those broadcasts are still very insightful and fun and informative, in my opinion. And, so you still get stations like that, and a broadcaster the other night I was able to get a signal of, the Voice of Mongolia. They're another broadcaster that still believes in shortwave. They don't have as great a presence as, say, Romania does, but they have an English service, and it was fun. They had a program with some Mongolian music, and that's not something you can say you hear too often, and news, current affairs as well. It's just fascinating. I love that these stations are still around, and what a pity it is that they're a dwindling few, but back in the 80s and 90s, they were everywhere. Every single country pretty much had a station like that. You name the country, and they pretty much had it. Especially in Europe, but even Africa, and look, I could go on. I could talk for a whole hour about that simple subject alone. But anyway, very fascinating subjects, and it would be interesting, likewise, may I add, to be able to go back and see, right, the very early humans, as well as the Neanderthals, see how they reacted and interacted with each other, but also, right, the accuracy of the portrayal, as, you think of, like, the stereotypical caveman and the hunter-gatherer and all of that. how accurate that actually was, or, what we got right and what we got wrong. Very interesting. Thanks for writing in. This one looks like it's a long one, but I think it has a lot of context involved, so I think this will be an interesting read. It's from Deanne, who says, I would like to go back to find answers to a 50-year-old cold case, the Fort Worth Trio. On December 23rd, 1974, 3 young girls had left to go shopping and never returned. Rachel Trelisa, age 17, Renee Wilson, age 14, and Julie Mosley, age 9, were reported to have headed out at around 10:45 a.m. They told family they were going to an Army-Navy surplus store to pick up jeans on layaway, and then would go to the mall, called South Seminary Mall at the time. Rachel and Renee's family had been friends for years. The youngest girl, Julie, was Renee's boyfriend's little sister, who just happened to ask to go at the last minute. Renee didn't want to be gone too long because she was excited about a Christmas party later that evening. Rachel, the oldest, was going to be shopping for gifts for her 2-year-old stepson. Rachel had just gotten married 6 months prior, and it was her first Christmas with her husband and stepson. Julie's older sister and her friend, both age 11, were asked to go as well, but they were finishing up chores and instead agreed to meet up with the trio for lunch at the mall at noon. The trio never showed. Employees at the Army-Navy store said they saw the trio sometime around 11 a.m., Several witnesses claimed to see the trio at the mall. One acquaintance said he spoke to the trio at the mall, and there appeared to be someone following them. The girls planned to be home by 2 p.m., and by 6 p.m. their families grew worried and set out to look for them. They found Rachel's car in the Sears parking lot. Family searched the mall, and by closing had not found the girls. Police arrived and stated that the car was locked with no signs of forced entry or struggle. Instead, they found one wrapped gift in the back seat, which Renee had brought with her from her grandmother to give to Rachel's stepson. In the trunk, they only found the bag from the Army-Navy store with 2 pairs of jeans. There were no purchases from the mall inside the car. The police, for some reason, considered the trio as runaways. But why would they run away? The oldest girl was looking forward to Christmas with her new husband and stepson. The middle girl was looking forward to a party, and the youngest girl was most likely excited about Christmas. And if they did run away, why take a 9-year-old? Why leave the car behind at the mall? Next morning at around 10 a.m., before their disappearance had appeared in the news, Rachel's husband found a letter in their mailbox that read, quote, "I know I'm going to catch it, but we just had to get away. We're going to Houston. See you in about a week. The car is in a Sears upper lot. Love, Rachel," end quote. The envelope was postmarked December 24th, 1974, the day it arrived, but instead of showing the city, it just said Postal Service, Texas, and the zip code was blurred. It appears to be 76083, but the 3 is backwards. Some thought it could be 76088. The post office later said that it says 7603B, but the 3B is upside down. 3B would refer to the machine that postmarked the envelope. The envelope was thought to be mailed from there in Fort Worth. Many people think that the envelope and letter didn't even go together because it's been said the letter was too big for the envelope. You can find photos of the letter and envelope online, and to me, looks like the letter had been folded in a way that it would fit. The horizontal fold is noticeable, but the vertical fold is barely noticeable. It's hard to say without seeing it in person. People also question if a letter could actually arrive the next morning, especially during the holidays. Rachel's family say it's not her handwriting. Police said if she did write it, they believe she was forced under duress, which makes it even more strange for the police to be treating the case as runaways. Private investigators say the letter is a red herring. If the girls had been taken by traffickers or a serial killer just randomly, why bother with a note? Why mention the location of the car? If taken by a family member and the letter had not been mailed, but rather placed in the mailbox, why would they mention the car if they found the car the night before? The letter couldn't have been a random prank because no one but family, some friends, and police knew the girls were missing at that time. Upon researching this case, I've come to realize there are very few facts and a lot of hearsay. Really, the only proven facts we have to go by are the 3 girls left to go shopping, the car was found at the mall with jeans from the Army-Navy store and a gift, a letter arrived the next day, and the girls have never been found. Police records that aren't available to the public may have more facts, but it's been 50 years and nothing has been solved. Several family and friends have changed their alibi over time, timelines don't add up. Everything about this case is quite confusing. At the time, DNA testing wasn't available, but they've done DNA testing on the letter in the envelope since, but no matches have been found. Lie detector tests either passed or came up inconclusive. Multiple handwriting analyses came up inconclusive, although one of the more recent analyses was 98% matched to Rachel's husband. But if he was going to get rid of his wife, why involve the other 2 girls? Well, to interject, maybe because he could. Some people don't need any justification. They just, if they're brutal killers, if you could kill 3 for the price of 1, why not? That's how the sick mind of some of these people is. That's all that they actually see that as an incentive. But you continue. I just don't see a motive. I suspect it's possible he wrote the note, but had nothing to do with the disappearance. Perhaps he was blackmailed, thought the girls would be returned, and a note would ease the worry of the families? Many theories, but unfortunately it doesn't seem this will ever be truly solved unless someone comes forward saying they did it and they have proof, or if the girls are eventually found. After 50 years, it's unlikely the girls or their abductor or abductors were still alive. There's been numerous searches for their bodies to no avail. It's like they vanished into thin air. So I would like to go to the day of their disappearance and be able to find out exactly what happened. If you're interested in the case, I recommend listening to it being discussed on the Vincent Strange podcast. There's many articles, podcasts, etc. about the trio, but be aware there is a lot of misinformation that only makes it more confusing to figure out. Anyway, my apologies for such a long response. Thanks for all your time. Congratulations on over 10 years of your wonderful podcast. Sincerely, Deanne. Deanne, thank you for writing. Sorry if my voice is a little softer at this point. I've actually been here at the microphone for 3 hours straight, non-stop, and I'm just powering through this. I've got 2 more to get to after this. But my throat is getting quite sore and dry, but I'm going to see it through to the end. Thank you for writing in and also providing such detailed context and background. This is actually a case that I personally have never heard of, so it's fascinating to see the details from that. Much appreciated. It sounds to me, number one, and mind you, you know way more about this than I do, so this is just based off of what you wrote, and that's it. Number one, extremely shoddy police work. Number two, though, does make you ask questions. There are cases where there have been some serial killers, etc., who are in law enforcement and, can sort of exploit that position, both as far as being able to commit the egregious act at hand, but also be able to focus people's attention elsewhere. And but number one, either way, very shoddy police work. Yeah, they just ran away, right? That letter, too, just confusing. I don't think, based on what you said, that's sincere in the least. And one thing, though, despite that, it could simply just be not so much as a red herring or a distraction, but it could have just been sent out of enjoyment, for lack of a better word, from the perpetrator. It could have been as a distraction, but it also could have just been, the person getting off on that, and the satisfaction of being able to send something like that. At the same time, with a lot of cases, not universally, but more likely than not, it usually comes to pass that the perpetrator had some sort of personal connection with the victims. Obviously it's not guaranteed, but by the odds and the numbers, it's far more likely that whoever did this knew them in some capacity. Of course, it could have just been random, and if it was, that would also explain how no real breakthroughs have been made. If someone with no connection whatsoever just snatched them up and did that. Handwriting analysis and the match to the husband is very interesting. Sure wouldn't write him off, especially given the time and a lot of these young marriages that occurred as well. Very interesting, though. I have to actually do a bit of a deep dive into that, but like you said, when that's pretty much all the information out there that we actually know, true mystery right there, a true crime mystery at that point, of which there may never be answers, I guess, unless they actually found some remains, and even then, how much information could they glean from those? Thanks for sharing that. This listener, always great to hear from you, retired low-ranking officer in a third world country. I know you've been checking in for years, so welcome back, my friend. You say, the point in time I want to travel to see would be the fall of Tenochtitlan. And you said, sorry, I know it's difficult to pronounce. It's all right. I know you know what I'm talking about, and this context will certainly let everyone know what I'm talking about. I should have looked that up, but anyway, the year was 1521. For those unfamiliar, it's the Spanish conquistadors, Hernan Cortes, and the Aztec civilization that was led by Montezuma. There are many aspects that interest me about this. For one, the Aztec city was said to be larger and more populous than that of Paris at the same time. I find that fascinating to see how these people lived in a giant city, in the center of the lake, and just engaged in their daily life. Obviously, I'd love to see the siege, granted, that lasted weeks at a time. I don't know if there's necessarily a timer for this, but it's a giant battle of mostly the indigenous tribes fighting each other, along with the Spaniards and their technology, with their ships and horses. It was not a one-sided battle. Both sides came very close to victory. Both sides had to do impressive engineering with the resources available, and although I don't have much training or knowledge of warfare on the water, it would still be impressive to see. The logistics to feed and sustain that many people in a given area would be astounding, and that's not to take away from any other large army in history. I know the Mongols, the Romans, the Japanese, the Greeks had some impressive armies, but what I find fascinating about this particular siege, or the survival and logistics of this army, is that it was done in a jungle. There isn't that much space unless you make it in the jungle. It is filled with wildlife, insects, poisonous plants, with and without spikes, the heat, the humidity, and the ever-present question, how do you feed and sustain a population of that size, all crammed into one area? All that, and then fighting hasn't even started yet, and then when it does, it's a back-and-forth flurry. I'm not necessarily interested in the violence or the bloodshed of the battle. I'm interested in the everyman, the countless unnamed, unknown individual that participated, and their perspective and their survival of such an event. Obviously, it would be interesting to see some of the key figures, but to be a fly on someone's shoulder, just as they went through even just the numerous tasks, that don't even get to the exciting chapters. Like, how do you care for your feet in those conditions at that time? They're fighting in a lake and around the lake. Obviously, the waterlogged situation doesn't help. I'm fairly confident not everyone was running around in shoes. And even what little footwear they had, I'm sure wasn't anything comparable to modern standards. So how do you take care of your foot soldiers fight on their feet? And I say this as a soldier. I know how debilitating it is when you get that swollen inflammation from waterlogged feet and lots of walking around, especially trench foot. How they treated wounds is another interesting aspect. There's written stories in the diaries of the conquistadors that to prevent infection from the injuries, they would take fat from the dead and use it to treat open wounds to prevent infection, but how exactly that's done, I don't know. I believe I've rambled on long enough. Here are some resources if you'd like to learn more. Attached is a link to the Kings and Generals YouTube channel, which explains the siege in detail, which is fine for most people. It's the tip of the iceberg look into the history. And the link you gave, let's shout it out. Again, the YouTube channel is called Kings and Generals, and the title is Fall of Tenochtitlan. That, to spell it out, because I can't even imagine how horrible that sounds. Tenochtitlan, 1521 Spanish Aztec War documentary. It's a 15-minute long video from about 6 years ago, still up to date considering. And then you add, for the hardcore history nerds who really want to get into the nitty-gritty, I suggest History on Fire podcast, episode 20, The Conquest of Mexico, People of the Sun, by Daniel Bolelli. Be warned, though, this podcast is not for children. At the very least, this particular series has very adult content. So thank you for writing in, and I really appreciate both your breakdown of the history as well as the questions that you posed, and I also really like the fact that, you took your own profession into account to ask, I think, some very logical questions, right? Because even to this day, taking care of your feet, especially in the army, that is paramount. So then when you think back to the environment upon which this battle and siege took place, and obviously the fact that this was such a moisture-prone environment, how they were able to do that. It's fascinating to think about, really. It's a really good perspective and a really good question that I don't think a lot of people would really think too much about, yet it's one of those things, it's like, yeah, wonder how they did that. Fascinating. It's always great to hear from you, and it's a pleasure to have you as a listener. And our final response comes in from Tracy, who says, "The Beatles have had a tremendous impact on my life. They've saved me at times. They directly influenced my career choice. They affected my relationships, both romantic and friendships. It's hard to pick just one time that I would have liked to have spent with them, so I'm going to cheat and pick 2 times. First, I would have loved to see the Beatles play the Cavern in Liverpool in their early days. Their energy and potential was palpable. It was the beginning of something huge that was about to change the world, but it hadn't happened just yet. And second, I would have loved to have been in the studio when they recorded Sgt. Pepper. There was so much experimentation on that album. The band were in their prime and having so much fun together. Their creativity was off the charts and spirits were high. And they were sometimes high as well, but in this case, that only made them think even more outside the box and come up with brilliant ideas that produced results that would change popular music forever." From Tracy, obviously a Beatles fan, I would assume. And then it comes out, that you're actually just a fan of Led Zeppelin and couldn't care less about the Beatles. No, I kid. Obviously a Beatles fan, and good response there. Thank you so much for sending that in. And dear listeners, thank you all so much for your wonderful feedback. As I'm sure you've all heard, so much was read in this broadcast. Obviously, I had a deadline, and I said, you had to send it in by the 8th, and that was the cutoff point. So I'm sorry if I wasn't able to get to everyone's, but as you could see, there was, again, so much that we were able to discuss tonight, and I hope all of you out there listening in found the discussion and all of the thoughts and points raised as fascinating, enjoyable, enlightening, captivating as I did, because this was such a pleasure to be able to do, and it wouldn't have been possible if it weren't for you, the listener. To all those of you who wrote in, I thank you all so sincerely, and I mean it. The show wouldn't have been possible if it weren't for you, so please give yourselves a pat on the back, and if you survived and made it this far, give yourself a pat on the back as well, because you've been through one hell of a show, so you should give yourself some credit for making it through this too. And that about sums it up for the program. It was such a pleasure to be here at the microphone to be able to read all your lovely answers. I'm sorry for those of you that sent in an answer beyond the cutoff date that I wasn't able to get to yours. But fear not, because there is another question that I have to ask now. What's a decision you made, big or small, that ended up changing your life in a significant way? If you find that topic interesting, send in an email to vorwinfo@gmail.com with your answer, long or short. Write what you wish. It is an open forum. And I'll be taking submissions until February 28th, and then I'll put together the next program and hope to have it your way by very early March. And that's all that I have for you. Thank you so much for listening in. Until next time, be safe, be healthy, and I wish you all the very best. Take care. This is VORW.